Good morning. Welcome to the first European Championships of 2026. We are RC Racing TV and we are bringing you this coverage of the EFRA 1/12 European Championships in association with Tonisport. Also,
our title sponsor, Tonisport, in association with everyone else.
Okay, title sponsor Tonisport, in association with Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing, and Hot Race Tyres. We've got a few others as well. They will be along at the end of each heat, so we'll check in with them, keep you informed. So what's going on the track at the moment? Well, it is, as you can see, controlled practice that's running at the moment. So we have 3 controlled practice sessions of 5 minutes each. We're then going to go into time practice this afternoon. Time practice is where the cars will be reseeded into heat order. We were then originally on the timetable going to have a round of qualifying tonight. We've had a change to that timetable following the team managers meeting this morning. So that is going to turn into just a round of practice in the reseeded order. Won't count for anything. Tomorrow then, that means that we drop a round of qualifying. So we're going to have 6 runs tomorrow. The first run will be a practice round. We're then going to have 5 rounds of qualifying with the best 2 scores to count. So that typically makes it a little bit frantic on tie breaks and everything. So make sure you tuned in tomorrow for all of the qualifying action.
And all of today as well, of course, because who doesn't want to see rounds and rounds and rounds of practice?
Well, yes, absolutely. But yeah, so when you're looking at the orders at the moment, might not represent sort of who's quick over a run necessarily. What you're going to see on the results is going to be over 3 consecutive laps. So you can see there we've had heat number 4 of controlled practice round 2. The first 6 heats, are the spec classes, and then we go all the way up to heat 11. So the remaining 5 are the 6.5 Blinky, so the referred to as the modified class. For the rest of the round that is going to run. Just waiting for the next lot to come out. We're going to have in this one Stefan Huyss, Werner Spanbrucker, Oliver Havranek, Andy Murray, not in the top heat. So he's former spec world champion from 2020, so has dropped down a heat there. Andreas Brin, Jan Rathajski, would maybe expect to see him somewhere up there. Andrea Torrigiani and Morgan Williams in this heat. Look like we're following the pink car at the moment on stream. That is Andrea, I believe. So Andrea Torrigiani. Sounds Italian, but he's actually British.
Ah, primo.
Yeah.
Or, g'day.
Not Australian.
Top of the morning to you. Anyway, this is Frank from RC TV and RC Racing TV, and I've got James next to me. I don't know if you introduced yourself.
I didn't, no.
We've got James. Okay, hello, James.
Hello, Frank.
Good morning. Buongiorno. We've got Cameron Felton on the cam, on the moving camera.
Cam on the cam.
Cam on the cam. And, so we'll be following the practice all day today. So thank you very much for joining us. We've just been presented with literally kilograms, like a half a kilogram at least of stickers. Thank you, Mal. So who do we have in the live chat? We've got Bertman26. Thank you very much. One of our heroes. Hi, guys. He's the first one in there, and he's also a hero as well. Thank you very much. Hi, will there be a live stream from EOS? Is a question from Tom GK 6 ounces? 6 OZ? No live stream from the Hoodie Arena in Slovakia. And Gabriel says hi. So hello, Gabriel. So if you're joining us from wherever you are in the world, make sure and you have to be a subscriber to chat to us in the live chat. So do subscribe and drop us a message. Let us know where you're watching from and what work you're avoiding by joining us on the live stream on a work day. How about that?
Yes, yeah, of course. It's Friday, isn't it? Lost track of the days.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, for us, it's just another work day, but it is an actual work day for many people around the world.
Yes. So many people have a separate window open. Just if someone appears over your shoulder, just a quick.
Or audio playing on the phone or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah.
All sorts of ways to get around it.
Yeah.
Hit the boss key.
As it is. So. So a bit of more like radio commentary of practice today. Jan Rathajski leading this one at the moment out there.
Maybe we go over the schedule a little bit, I think, or did you mention it?
I briefly covered it, but if anybody's sort of rejoined us or has just joined in, now they've had a notification that we're live. Bit of a change to the published time schedule in that we're not having a round of qualifying today. So we have 3 rounds of controlled practice this morning. That is they're 5-minute runs. And then we will have a reseeding going on after timed practice. So there's 2 rounds of timed practice. They're 8-minute runs, again seeded over 3 consecutive laps. We're then going to have the opening ceremony, and after the opening ceremony, there will be a further round of practice in the new
that's kind of a new thing, isn't it? Having the opening ceremony and then more practice afterwards. Or it was going to be qualifying. But
it was going to be round 1 of qualifying.
Yeah, but I mean, just having runs after the opening ceremony period is kind of a new thing.
A little bit, yes. Bit of a. It's normally sort of.
There is an opening sort of thing.
Well, there is the opening banquet as well.
Yeah.
So that they're trying to get everything in on. Trying to fit that in. So tomorrow we're going to have another round of practice tomorrow morning, just as a bit of a chaser, get everybody warmed up and shake off a few cobwebs.
And that's fairly normal thing for the carpet racing, isn't it?
Yes.
To kind of clean up the track from overnight. Not that there's like dust or anything like that settling on the track, but yeah.
It wakes up the track. It wakes up the track. It wakes up the drivers, particularly as there's going to be some wine served at the opening banquet tonight.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I think that'll be an interesting one.
Yeah. So heat 1 might be a bit bleary-eyed. We're going to have that then 5 rounds of qualifying rather than the published 6. That means 2 from 5 to count, which normally makes it quite entertaining in terms of tie breaks, because you can, with 3 from, with more than half to count. Well, sorry, when there's half to count, you end up with, fairly early on it can be decided. As it is, the earliest that this can be decided is round 4, and to take it in round 4, someone's got to have won all 4 rounds. So if someone wins the first 3 rounds, and we've seen this before actually, someone can take the first 3 rounds of qualifying and still not TQ.
Yeah, that's that's kind of a unique thing for this category, isn't it?
It's possible. Well, any time that you run 2 from 5, it's a possibility.
Yeah.
To drop into that it can happen. So yes, I have notepads ready and ready to throw down.
Yeah, this is one of those times where I'm glad you're trying to sort out the dropouts and all sorts of stuff like that, because usually you're able to figure it out before the computer does, before it gets published and stuff like that. So it will be interesting to see how it all does shake out. And so who are the contenders, would you say? That we've been discussing this already, but let's run through sort of the top drivers and particularly one driver in particular who isn't here.
Okay. Well, yes. Okay. Well, let's get that elephant out of the room first of all. So, not that Michael Olowski is an elephant, but yeah. Would it be an African elephant or an Indian elephant?
I think he'd be a Terminator elephant.
Okay. So, Michael Olowski not here. He's racing off road this weekend. So competitors that we have here this weekend, obviously I've got a bit of an advantage because we've seen we've seen practice round 1 go on already. So Ollie Payne is clearly going to be Very fast.
He's looking quick.
He
already.
is in both classes. We've got Max Mackler here. He's the stock world champion currently. So purely in the spec class. Adam Isay will be, I would expect to see him up there. Ollie Bultink, I would think, would also be pretty rapid. I think that's likely to be the guys in spec. I am ready to be surprised though. A final could be quite open, making the A final. There'll be quite a few contenders for it. I know. I think James Hart, who's out on track at the moment, he'll be hoping to make it. Right, he'll be hoping to make it this year. After last year, that was actually a vagary of the qualifying system last year that he thought he'd made it.
Yes, I remember this. There was something that cracked off.
So yeah, what had happened was both him and Adam Mackman tied on points,
right.
And James had done a faster time than Adam overall, but in their lowest scoring round, i.e. their best scoring round, Adam had done the quicker time.
Right.
So
and that's the time that counted.
That was the tiebreaker. So it's the tiebreaker is your fastest time in your lowest scoring round,
right?
Not your actual fastest time.
And is that different from what they're used to in BRCA?
Not well. We don't run round by round. So
okay.
In the UK, because we're sort of temporary pop-up tracks.
Right.
The track evolution would be so great over the course of the day.
Right.
You can't really run round by round, so it's still FTD. So it's basically the last round of qualifying is it. It's the rocket round. Is sort of what you're looking at. But out there at the moment, Ollie Payne looking pretty quick over 3 consecutive laps. He is on effectively a 31.2. Adam Isay is next up, a 31.999. So about 0.8 of a second over 3 laps at the moment Ollie has in his pocket. In fact, Ollie Bultink's popped up into second. Max Mackler also somewhere up there, but again, they're all around the same sort of area. So Ollie Bultink, Adam Isay, Max Mackler, Niels de Gruyser also, all around the sort of 31.9 area. But Ollie Payne out there with a sort of 31.168 now. So yeah, about 8.5 tenths over 3 consecutive laps. It's looking pretty rapid. We're following one of the orange cars at the moment. That looks like it is the car of James Hart that we are circulating with as he goes through the set of chicanes now out onto the main straight. Worth pointing out, actually, last time we were here 2 years ago, it was pretty bumpy. And pretty difficult for it to deal with. They've put down a subfloor under it, and at the moment, cars are looking very, very flat. And the carpet's looking sort of pretty decent. They're not hopping about all over the place.
It seems to be pretty well received. The subfloor, basically, it's like sheets of 2400 by 1200 OSB.
Pretty much, yes. So, yeah, it's just isolating the floor from, I think the main floor in this building, in this venue, is like a laminate flooring that's been laid down, and when you get the sunlight coming in through the sort of roof lights stroke skylights, that was heating up parts of the main floor, and you were getting some fairly extreme bumps, or seeing some fairly extreme bumps out there.
Yeah, it was. There were a few upset drivers, more than a few, but yeah, it seems to be all pretty sorted now.
Certainly at the moment, looks very, very flat out there. Cars aren't hopping about. People aren't having to do anything particularly weird to get their cars working. I know.
Run a four-wheel drive.
Well, famously last time, it was Simon Lauter ended up winning the spec class here, mainly on the basis that he didn't know what he was doing. And he just felt, he was new to 112th at that point, and he just assumed that's how the cars were and how the cars drove and just got on with it.
Yeah.
Everybody else spent all weekend trying to tune everything out of their car. So let's have a quick look now at the overall sort of ranking list after.
You do that. I'll say hi to the live chat.
Okay.
And thank you very much to our supporter level sponsors. Nearly a full grid of sponsors. Thank you very much to them. You just saw their logos on screen. They'll pop up again when the next set of drivers pop up. So Palmer, Alaska, saying thanks for the live stream. Thank you very much. Hi guys from Down Under. Good day. Good morning, Italy. Yes, buongiorno, Italy. Good luck to all the X-ray drivers from Donald Tolbert. And Chase Mackman saying, I can confirm my dad was very happy that evening. I'm assuming after the opening ceremony.
No, that was it was Adam that made the A final in place of James Hart.
Right. Yes. Okay.
Last year. So yes, he thought he'd be queued and was back at the Airbnb drowning his sorrows, I believe, and then started getting messages through that actually he was through into the A final, which changed his outlook on the on what he needed to do that evening. Very, very slightly. So yeah, in spec then we've got Ollie Payne at the moment. He's been quickest over 3 laps in both rounds. Adam Isay been second in both rounds. Ollie Baltink been third in both rounds. We've then got Nils de Greiser and Sam Colt. They've both had a 4th overall in round. Jan Rathajski, Matthias Nedrabo, Morgan Williams, Max Mackler is in there. He's had an 8th in round. Nico Saarinen's had an 8th in round. Obviously, it's only over 3 consecutive laps at the moment, not over an entire run. Andreas Bryn is currently sitting in 11th with a 9th in round, as has Andrea Torrigiani. Andy Murray, 10th in round. James Hart's got a 12th in round. So a bunch of drivers there that are looking pretty consistent. Lewis Mobers in there with a 15th and an 18th in round. Stu Cartwright, very consistent, 16th and 16th. So looking fairly good for a bunch of guys that look like they've got some good opportunities for runs. We've now got out on the track at the moment the first heat of the modified class, so 6.5 ton Blinky running out there. You can see the results flashing up at the side of the screen. You'll notice that remains on 3 all the time and starts hopping around a bit. That is because we're running on 3 consecutive laps timing at the moment for this controlled practice. And we'll stay on that when we get to the seeding practice that we have. And once we've got through that, I think we'll probably switch to 8-minute times for the overall practice, for the round of practice that we have come the end of the day. So order going to be a little bit fluid over the course of the day. Welcome to you if you are just joining us here for this live coverage. We're here all weekend for this EFRA 112th European Championships, supported by Tonisport. Also like to give a shout out to other people helping us to bring the coverage. Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing and Hot Race. Also got support, which we will see coming up when we have the end of heat results. But we have in there Lens Bodies, we've got RC Factory supporting us, we have got Super Rad, helping us out. Accelerate as well. Actually got Josh Cyril here as well. He's come over. So designer for Accelerate is over here supporting Ollie and Morgan and anybody else running the car. So looking pretty good so far. So bringing all of that together for the rest of the weekend. Going to have live coverage of all of the qualifying coming up tomorrow. Then we have got finals on Sunday. So we've got a practice final for them. And then we'll be live in time for the first of the... In fact, we might end up on air for the practice A main, maybe. It's always an amusing one, that, because no one really wants to win the practice final and wants to stay out of winning that. That's historically seen as a little bit of bad luck out there. Just hearing 2 minutes to drive. And coming up to finish now. So second heat of modified about to go. That was heat number 7. So heats 1 through 6 are the stock class. And then we go into modified class, which are heat 7 through 11. There we go. So we have Schumacher, Mobgums, RC Factory, Lens Bodies, Super Rad, and Accelerate. Also supporting the coverage as well this weekend. And many of those great products available from, well, a couple actually of our obviously Tonisport, but also Zen Racing as well. All of those products available from that you can get hold of quite easily as you want. Let's see who we've got up on the rostrum at the moment now. So Philip Viala, Stu Cartwright, Nicola Moroni, Mr. Hot Race is up there. Marco Mazzini, Matthew Dambreen, Lucas Niederer, and Andrea Torrigiani. So a couple of drivers attempting 2 classes this weekend.
Introducing Team Corrali's Synchro 4, an all-new 4-wheel drive bash buggy for the popular 8th scale category. Quality and performance at an exceptional value. Synchro 4, your ultimate off-road companion.
That's live. Oh, sorry, you're not seeing live.
Just checking in then, see who is the quickest car out on track at the moment. It looks as if Matthew Dambreen is the quickest car out there, over 3 laps. He is running race paint, so he is the... Where is he? The white front, sort of burgundy rear car. He's just going through the carousel now out onto the main straight. So the second of the 2 cars down the main straight is the quickest car out there. Run with him for a couple of laps. He's making his way through traffic nicely. Now he's got nice clear track in front of him. What's he done? Over, or best lap of a 10.519. over 3 laps. He is on a 31.5. Philip Viala 32.5. So Matthew looking pretty rapid out there. In fact, Nicola Moroni has popped up into 2nd place. Let's see if we can spot him. He is the green coloured car out there. So there's a light green coloured car. We've now got him on stream. This is Nicola, Mr. Hot Race, obviously running the Lens body shell as well. Nicola will be running car prepped by Alex Hagberg, no doubt. Two of them working very closely in conjunction with one another. So let's have a lap then down the main straight. We've got a fast sweeper off the end of the main straight, cuts it a bit tight there, back through the infield into the series of chicanes under the rostrum, through the carousel and back out onto the main straight one more time. Looks like Andrea Torrigiani's hit the front now. His car is the all-white coloured car, one of the all-white coloured cars. He's just under the driver's rostrum. There we go. That is out down onto the main straight. Andrea trying to close in on a bit of traffic in front of him. One of them out the way. So one more car to navigate. That backs out of his way. It's always a little bit difficult in the first couple of rounds of practice. You're sort of trying to really figure out who you're on track with. Obviously, as a Euros, certainly a bit further down the heat list, you're with people that you don't normally run with or aren't familiar with. So just can take a little bit of sorting out. Matthew Dambreen is back to the top. And Andrea's nicked that one back. So the two of them trading times. Andrea is on a 31.0. Matthew also a 31.0. So there's like over 3 laps there is 15 hundredths between them. So 5 100ths a lap is the difference. Super, super close. And Nicola Moroni leaps to the top again. So 30 seconds left. Nicola Moroni just nicking that one, I think, right at the end. There we go, 31.007, so super close between the top 3. Top 3 covered by less than half a tenth over 3 consecutive laps. They are about 9/10 of a second down the road from the others in the heat, so bit of a spread there. So when we get into the later runs, that will count.
Makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Ben's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Controlled practice 9, or heat number 9, getting underway. Here we got René Jan, Mark Valent, Yasmin Donath, Oyvind Stustal, Marcus Andreasen, Thomas Lichtak, and René Doctor out there on track at the moment. We're following the pink-coloured car of Yasmin Donath at the moment. Yasmin sweeps off the end of the main straight. She's just heading under the driver's rostrum now. Lots of change of direction there. Need a car with a really positive front end, I think, to make it through there or at any great speed. Got René Doctor leading this one. He is the green and white coloured car off the end of the main straight. Let's run with him for a few laps. René Doctor trading times with Thomas Lichtak at the minute. We'll stick at the moment for a few more laps. You can see we've got just under 4 minutes left of this run. Let's see if we can find Thomas Lichtak. He is the really sort of weird light green coloured car. He's under the driver's rostrum. He's coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. We've picked him up. It's quite a difficult colour to describe, really, that one. It's almost like puce. See, all drivers starting to get their eyes in. Would have been... It's always a bit of a difficult one after the first round of practice because you've got an idea, but you don't want to change your car massively because the track evolution is so great. They'll probably have a better idea after this run in qualifying... after this run in practice, what they want to change. That was a pretty neat move. Seen Yasmin Donath upside down on the straight. Well, Yasmin Donath's car upside down on the straight, not herself. She's still on the driver's rostrum. Still a couple of minutes left to go of this heat. What do we got in terms of times? We've got Thomas Lichtak, who we are running with. He is on a 31.0, so he's found some strong pace. He's starting to piece together some laps right now. Car looking pretty decent. He's about 4/10 up over 3 consecutive at this point. It's a little bit different in the modified class. In spec, you typically do your time fairly early in the run because that's when you have the voltage and you can really get some good drive off of the corner. You've got sort of freshly additive tyres. It's where, normally in the first minute, certainly 90 seconds, that's where you're thinking that your 3 consecutive laps are going to come in. We're already down, Thomas has done a 10.1, so I think we're going to go sub 10 seconds on a lap when we get to the top heat, which will make it quite entertaining if we end up with any 10-car heats. They're going to have to compress the start order down very, very slightly to deal with that. So into the last 30 seconds, Thomas Lichtak just coming up onto some traffic now. He's already got good time in He's got his 3 consecutive laps. See Marcus Andreasen popping up in second. He's, what, 3/10 off over 3 laps, so he's losing about a tenth a lap. Out there. Not too terrible, something to work with. Obviously, that is only over 3 laps as well. That's not looking at an entire run. Over a run, in fact, Marcus Andreasen was very slightly quicker. His time over 5 minutes was a 28.503. He was some 5 seconds quicker than Thomas Liptak over a 5-minute run. There we go. And also can see our associate supporters, so Schumacher, Mobgums, RC Factory, Lens Bodies, Superrad and Accelerate, as well as Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing and Hot Race Tyres. I'd like to thank them for helping us to bring you this coverage. Starting to see some recognisable names now. This is group number 10, so the penultimate heat of controlled practice round number 2. Oliver Havranek, Alessio Mazzio, Jan Rathajski, Simon Lauter, Andreas Bryn, Adam Isay and Nico Saarinen.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All cars setting off. Seems to be a few glitches in the timing feed that we're seeing as everything updates. So everything changing as the cars all drop across the line. We know Adam Isay was quick last time, so let's see if we can find him. He's the pink-coloured car just entering the main straight now. So there we go. As we head under the driver's rostrum. I think Simon Lauter's transponder is not registering. He is the transponder that is running in 3rd place at the moment. So I think that must be Simon by process of elimination. There's one unregistered transponder and 1 car not counting. So that would suggest he is the unregistered transponder. Adam Isay fastest from Jan Rathajski at the moment. Nico Saarinen running in 3rd position. We believe Simon Lauter running in 4th. Yeah, Simon now has had that transponder associated with him and popped up in 3rd position. Jan Rathajski moving to the top. Jan is the yellow-coloured car, there we go. So running with Jan at the moment, as he tries to chase down Nico Saarinen, I believe that is in front of him. So Jan, super experienced. Manages to make his way through quite nicely. You can see just in the back of shot the pink car of Adam Isay as well, closing in on the pair of them. Adam Isay's moved to the top now. Mistake there from Nico. It's running with the pink car of Adam Ice at the minute. Adam trying to close in on Jan. Just cutting everything a little bit tighter. Just edging towards him. Still these two closing in on a few other cars out there. Jan's opened up and let Adam go now. It's always a good opportunity, that as well, to try and find out when you're losing time, gaining time compared to anybody else on the track. You can see Jan looks a little bit better maybe into some of those entries into chicanes. It's always a bit of a strange one as well when you're following someone. It's like someone closes up on you and you think that you know, they feel much faster than you, so you open up and then all of a sudden they're holding you up. And it's normally an indication that you're driving a bit hard, and when you back off slightly so as not to run into someone, you actually end up going quite a lot quicker. It's quite instructive, so it can be quite useful not being the fastest car in the heat. So final few seconds of this heat, then we have the top heat going out there. So Adam Ice, Jan Rathajski, and it looks like Simon Lauter running in third position. Simon winning the spec class here a couple of years ago and has moved up to the modified class. Top heat all set.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go, top heat out on track at the moment running. So we've got some recognisable names out there. Ollie Payne, Marcus Mobers, Tobias Sutrick, Martin Huddy, Mathias Nedrabo, Mark Reinhard, Ollie and Mark setting the pace at the front at the moment. We're running with the car of Ollie Payne on stream at the moment. White front, black centre, pink rear. Ollie looking pretty rapid at the moment. Car looking good, good change of direction through the chicanes. Out onto the main straight. Who is he following? I believe that's Tobias Sutrick that he's closed in on. Made his way past. Let's see if we can find Mark Reinhardt's car. Mark is running a, well, it looks like a bit of a Hara tribute actually. It's white It's basically his race paint, but it's black in the centre. He's on the main straight now. So there we go. Mark just hopping through one of the chicanes. He's out onto the main straight. In fact, Alex Hagberg's hit the front now. See, Alex is running his race paint, the familiar white and green. He's through the carousel, out onto the main straight now. Three minutes remaining. Ollie Payne back to the front. What's he got? He's, it's Hagberg back to the front now. 30.0 is super close. There is over 3 laps. There is 6 1,000ths between them. Very, very close. Both of those drivers sub 10 seconds. Ollie Payne's best lap, a 9.8. Alex Hagberg with a 9.9. Mark Reinhard is a 10.0. So 10th of a second on a hot lap. Matches Nedrabo also looking fairly rapid out there. He's currently running in 4th. Martin Huddy, Tobias Sutrick, and Marcus Mobers at the tail of the field. Let's see if we can pick up Ollie again. Find him. He's just down the main straight now. Just have a look as he looks the closest challenger to Alex Hagberg. In fact, Alex has now gone to a 9.85. So, super quick lap from Alex. Those two still the only 2 drivers that have gone sub 10 seconds. Into the final minute now of this. Alex Hagberg leading from Ollie Payne and Matches Nedrabo. What have we got left now? We have got 30 seconds left. Alex Hagberg from Ollie Payne, Mark Reinhard. That looks fairly settled as the top order. Alex Hagberg, though, has made a few mistakes. I mean, over the 5-minute total, Ollie Payne is 30 laps in 5:06. Mark Reinhard 30 in 5:07. So they look like the quick guys there. Alex Hagberg's 29 in 5:04. So best part of a lap down over a run compared to Ollie and Mark. There we go, though. Alex Hagberg over 3 laps. Mark Reinhard does get a sub 10-second lap right at the death there. So 3 of them covered by less than a 10th on a single hot lap. That is the end of the modified round. So let's just have a look at the ranking list for free practice. So we have Alex Hagberg, Ollie Payne, Adam Isay, Mark Reinhard, Jan Rathajski, Matthias Nedrabo, Simon Lauter's in there, Martin Huddy, Alessio Mazzio, and Andreas Bryn in 10th position.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just checking in with a few guys on the live chat as well. Chris Deakin says, "Go, Mr. Payne." I believe that's Ollie Payne and not Mark Payne out there. He could be cheering on Mark Payne. That's completely up to him. What have we got? Donald Talbot saying, "Yeah, so tired. It's Friday morning." Bertman26 saying, "Hi again, guys." Simon Bonucci, "Go Mazzini, go. See you in Maranello." Checkered Flag Racing saying he's counting 880-degree corners. It's a fairly fast, open, flowing track. They're not super tight. So modified cars are getting around there without any problems at all. So we'll try and keep up with that. So again, welcome to you if you are just joining us here on our live coverage of this EFRA 112th European Championship held at the fantastic RC Paradise Arena in Messina in Sicily. So we're enjoying our weekend here so far. The event brought to you by Tonisport, and also like to give a shout out to our event sponsors: Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Team Corrali, Zen Racing, and Hot Race. So first heat of spec, and this is controlled practice round number 3. So this is the last round of controlled practice. We will then move into timed practice later on. So just having a check in on the timetable. See what. Just have a look at the timetable, see if that has altered at all yet. No, is the short answer on that one. So no tweaks to that, no alterations to that as yet. We are not going to have any qualifying today. It is solely practice that we're seeing out there on track. We've got Alessandro Calarese is leading this one from Michele Giancreco, Riccardo Ferretti. Quite often find this with a Euros where you get a lot of local drivers that don't have any sort of seeding or any history, and because they don't have any history really within EFRA, they get dropped into one heat all together, and it can be quite varied out there in terms of who's fast, who's not. But looking like we've got front two very close to one another over 3 laps. It's the 2 car and the 7 car, not necessarily everybody running race numbers at the minute, until we get into practice or timed practice later on. Not really any major refereeing going on in the seeding practice, controlled practice that we're in at the moment. When we get into seeding practice, there may be a little bit coming up. If anybody wants to keep an eye on the live timing as well, that is available to them on MyRCM. Did you see car we're following on stream there came to a halt briefly as he found a car facing the wrong way. Taking a slightly wider line through that series of chicanes under the driver's rostrum. So always, if you get slightly deep onto the entry of that, then it's quite torturous trying to pull the car back online. Just coming up to the end of their runs. So this should be the last 5-minute run that they're having this weekend. There we go, Alessandro Calarese taking that one by best part of 2/10 over 3 laps. Top two quite a bit quicker than everybody else. Who do we have next? We have Lucas Niederer. We have Philip Viala, Jean-Michel Varinard, Andy Thompson, Philip Hoodie, Riccardo Fanili, Chris House, or as he's known in European events, Christophe Maison. And then we have Arnaud Solniak. Bryn Hall says, good morning RCTV. Good morning, Bryn.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just everybody getting out on track and getting a few laps under their belt. Maybe trying to understand what the car feels like after a few changes they might have made. Running at the moment with the minty green coloured car, just trying to pick up which driver that is. He's in a different position on the rostrum to the rest of them. That's quite impressive off the end of the main straight for, was that, I think that may have been Andy Thompson that wanted me to inspect his car. Let's run with Andy for a bit, see what that looks like after that unprompted entry off the end of the main straight. So this is Andy Thompson's car we're running with, the purple front, pink rear. They build those cars tough. That was a fairly hefty impact, and he's actually just gone past a few people. Checkered Flag Racing saying main straight Marshall has to jump barriers to attend to a car. No, there's actually a gap in the barriers that the Marshalls can get through all the way round. There, that gap is stood between. Been running with Andy Thompson for a bit. Let's see what other cars we can pick up out there. See if we can find the car of Philip Hoodie. He is, where's he? He's the all white coloured car out there. There we go, let's run with Philip for a little bit. Actually here supported by Martin. Making some good progress around the circuit. Nice and clean, nice and neat. No one around him on the track at the moment. starting to edge in towards some traffic now. So let's run with him as he tries to pick his way through there. The first of which will be Andy Thompson. Slightly wide through the chicanes, that lets Andy gap him. What have we got left? We've got 1 minute 15 left. So actually, after Andy's earlier off, he's been making some good progress. Phillips now got past him. Philip running in 6th place in this heat. Into the final 30 seconds. Remember, this is the last 5-minute run that all of these drivers will get today. Well, in fact, for the rest of the weekend, it should be. They're switching to 8-minute format after this. That can always be a bit of a fright as well when you switch to 8 minutes, having done the first couple of practices for 5. You start discovering that traction can become a bit of an issue if you've got a nice pointy aggressive car through a series of chicanes. Then you can discover that sort of 6-ish minutes in you start running out of traction and running out of drive. So they'll find that out a little bit later on. We have got coming up next, supported by also Schumacher, Mobgums, RC Factory, Lens Bodies, Super Rad and Accelerate. We have heat number 3.
Meet the Spark, the ultimate A-scale bashing buggy from Team Corrali. From skate park ramps to dirt track doubles, conquering every challenge in between. Experience unstoppable performance and durability with Spark. Wherever you go, whatever you face, the answer is Spark, a bashing revolution. Team Corrali, engineered to be the fastest.
This heat back out and running. So Tim Pansters, Thomas Gavell, Mark Payne, Magnus Hellmark, Mika Mobers, Tim Janssen, Alexandra Laurent and Niels Meurs out on track at the moment. Let's give it a couple of laps and see who looks fast out there. I think Niels Meurs is looking pretty rapid at the moment. He is the last of the green coloured I'll say that, he's just made a mistake. So Niels is the first of the 2 minty green coloured cars under the driver's rostrum. Thomas Gavell leading after about a minute from Tim Pansters and Mark Payne. Let's see if we can find Tim Pansters. He is 1 car in front of the car we've been following. So he's the other sort of minty green coloured car. He's got a checkered flag down the side of the body. So we switch camera to him and he's just made a mistake. Tim making some decent progress. He is now back to the front. Tim for a little bit. Nice off the end of the main straight, just giving those barriers a little bit of respect. Don't want to cut those curbs too tightly. Let's see, what have we got? Let's see if we can find Mark Payne. Mark is running up there now in 4th position. He is a white and green coloured car off the end of the main straight now. Yeah, that one that's just... yeah, we really... every time we're switching cameras onto cars, they're making mistakes. Commentators curse on people. Mark looking like he has made a change of tyres for this run as well. He's got white wheels on the car, which would suggest he's bolted on some hot race. Mark also wanted to come in and see and see us here. This is if anybody's got some shin pads. Would be quite appreciated. So I think that is that a retirement? Is that a slightly bent car for Mark? No? No, he's back up and circulating. So already done the hard work. Yeah, that's a bent car. So that will be required to, or a bit of straightening required for Mark there. Let's see if we can find the 2 car of Thomas Cavell. He's just crossed the loop, so I believe that's the pink coloured car. Let me just double check and confirm. In fact, no, I think it's the sort of multicoloured car, the car just entering the main straight now. No, that's Magnus Hellmark. Thomas Cavell then is he's the all green coloured car just coming out onto the main straight now. Thomas Cavell taking that one then from Tim Panster's Tim Janssen. Matthias Nedrebo, Thomas Bryn, Alfie Hart, Tom Adams, Alex Zeiter, Marcus Andreasen, Lewis Mobers and Stu Cartwright out on track at the moment. Just getting set to go. This is heat number 4 of Control Practice 3. Got 6 heats of spec. And then moving in to we'll be moving into the modified class after that. Lewis Mobers leading this one at the moment. See if we can pick him up. Which car is he? He is I believe he's the white coloured car. Yep, that is Lewis. He is running in, well, he's now second, but obviously running Mob Gums tyres. Lewis Mober still running in second position. Matthias Nedrabo is leading at the minute. Let's just see if we can pick up Matthias's car. He is, I think, the orange coloured car down the main straight now. That is indeed Matthias. Leading this one, made the A final last year. Looking pretty rapid. Let's have a look at where he is. He's currently 7th overall after the first 2 rounds, so we'll be hoping to seed himself into the top heat. Car out on the main straight there briefly. Just caught a barrier slightly, unfortunately. Haven't seen that so far this weekend. It is early. Welcome to you again if you are just joining us here for this live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships in association with Tonisport. We're RC Racing TV, and we will be bringing you this coverage all weekend. You're watching practice at the moment. They're seeded over 3 consecutive laps. This is control practice and the final round of control practice before we move into time practice. So this doesn't mean a huge amount. We've picked up the yellow car of Stu Cartwright at the moment, running around with him. Stu is running 2 classes this weekend as well. So he's running, this is the spec class, and we'll be switching to modified a little bit later on. Stu's car looking pretty good out there. Obviously he's getting extra track time by running 2 classes. That's slightly offset by all of your throttle, braking being a little bit thrown out the window. Braking, not so much braking. You don't tend to brake, particularly with 12th cars, certainly not on an open flowing circuit. There's no real hairpins or anything like that. So just about, really in spec, it's about conservation of corner speed. Stu doing a pretty decent job of that at the moment. He is running in 4th position in this heat. He's been 16th in round both times, so potentially be looking to seed into the penultimate heat. Certainly what we'll be hoping for. Down into 15 seconds to go. So everybody just coming up to finishing times. Jimmy Tonto Shreds saying, what chassis is Ollie Payne running? He is running the Accelerate chassis this weekend. So what have we got now? Heat number 5, penultimate heat of spec seeding. Stefan Huyst, Werner Spanbruckner, Oliver Havranek, Andy Murray, Andreas Bryn, Jan Rathajski, Andrea Torrigiani and Morgan Williams. Some of these guys will be hoping to seed themselves into the top heat later on. Cars just released out onto the circuit. They'll do a couple of laps. Then the timer's going to start. So, countdown timer now running. Everybody up and running. Let's give it a couple of laps to settle in, see who looks fast out there. I think Jan Rathajski looking pretty rapid. So Jan's car is the lead car off the end of the main straight now. The sort of pea green coloured car. Jan running out in front. Andy Murray has now hit the front, so let's have a look where he is. He is the all orange coloured car out there. There we go. He has just got himself in front of Morgan Williams. He's trying to pull away, though it looks like Morgan's pegged him. So little bobble over the barrier there. Andy Murray leading this one from Jan Rathajski.
I have an update.
You do have an update.
So if anyone's been on the myrcm.ch page and looked at the schedule for today, you'll notice that at the moment, it still says qualifying. There is no qualifying today. I think you've mentioned a couple times that there will be a reseeding after the timed practice 2 groups.
Yes.
So then we'll have the opening ceremony and driver's banquet, yum yum, and then we'll have the reseeding and the drivers will go out for practice, but it won't count for anything.
No.
Yeah. Obviously, it's not news to you.
No,
it's news to me, so I'm just sharing it to everybody.
It's basically an opportunity for everybody to get the running in, to sort of get a feel for everybody else in their heat.
At their same sort of speed, yeah.
Yeah, and either that or take out a few people and lay down the marker.
Make them busy overnight, yeah.
Yeah. That's, so give them some work to do during the driver's banquet.
Yeah. Well, after the driver's banquet, because that is after the driver's banquet.
No.
Yeah.
The driver's banquet is afterwards. The opening ceremony is...
Oh.
We have the opening ceremony.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Right. I need to scroll down slightly more on the timing then. Yeah. So qualification 1 will be replaced by literally just practice, and it doesn't count for anything. It's just the drivers being put into their groups that they will be qualifying for in. And then there's another round of practice in the morning to start off things.
There is, and then we have a further. What are we going to have? A further 5 rounds of
five rounds.
5 rounds.
6 rounds of running, but only 5 of those are qualifying.
Yes. So tomorrow morning we have a practice to blow the cobwebs off for everybody.
Because everybody, I mean, all of these drivers are just generally just all terrible. None of them are world class. There's no world champions here, current or former, and they need the practice. They're all old.
Yeah.
Or really, really young and brand new.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how it works.
Yeah. So we need lots of practice. So yeah, there we go. So yeah, time practice 1 and 2, opening ceremony, then practice, which counts for nothing, and then the driver's banquet. Yum yum.
Yes. Absolutely. So yep, looking forward to that. So in terms of what we see today, not a huge amount. We're into the final 30 seconds now.
So welcome to everybody in the live chat. Thank you for joining us. Let us know where you're joining us from and who you're cheering on. So we'll play out, we'll see the results, and then we'll play out a little bit of one of our VTs, as we like to call them, even though they are video, but they're not on tape.
So what do we have? Just waiting for, I think that's held up because Andy Murray didn't actually finish.
Yeah, well, he got what?
He was quickest,
3 total laps.
Fastest over 3 consecutive laps, but
Yeah.
he didn't complete the last lap, so there we go.
So I was just waiting.
So there we go. Andy Murray quickest from Jan Rathajski, Andrea Torrigiani over 3 consecutive laps. It's a pretty rapid lap there from Andy, a 10.37 as a single hot lap.
Yeah, okay. So just a little word here from EFRA.
Top heat out on track now. Order jumping around a little bit at the moment. Sam Coult currently fastest over 3 laps. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is the white and orange coloured car. There we go. Got him in on screen at the moment. So who is he chasing? Looks like, well, James Hart's let him go, so it's Ollie Bultink now that Sam is trying to close in on. Ollie Payne's now hit the front, so let's see if we can spot him for a little bit. He is the white front, pink rear, black centre. Under the driver's rostrum, there we go. That's Ollie. Car looking pretty clean, pretty smooth. Ollie 10.288. So in fact, Andy Murray's 10.3 fastest lap, holding up pretty well. So far, at least.
He's a quick boy.
Well, he's a former stock world champion. He won that in 2020, Milton Keynes. So Andy, pretty rapid. So it'd be interesting at the end of this round, see where that holds up and where that is holding up. And a little bit unusual for Andy to be running or putting focus on running himself this weekend. Normally he'd be mechanicking for Michael Orlowski. Not here this weekend. Who have we got in second? Max Mackler looking pretty quick out there. Let's see if we can find his car. His car is the white front, orange rear. Running with Max now. So Max trying to hunt down Adam Isay. Max just edging in towards Adam's car. Starting to get a little bit of a handle on everything. Obviously, a lot of these drivers, 1/12 not necessarily their main class. In fact, Mark Reinhard was commenting he hasn't run 1/12 since he won last year. So this is he's not even practiced anywhere. He's just handed some cars to Max. Max has sat there, prepared them all for him, and just turned up and got out on the circuit.
How does that work then with the DMC Federation, the German RC Federation, equivalent to ROAR and BRCA, etc.? Yeah. How does that work with that? Because if he hasn't even run it, is he just automatically qualified for the Euros because he's a last year's champion?
He's a former champion, yes.
Right.
So can get in there. Yeah, typically it depends as well on, I mean, in general, with Mark being a bit of an exception as a previous winner, yes, most federations have some kind of mechanism whereby you have to qualify, so they get given a certain number of places and get to sort of drop in, but typically, unless it's in your host country, you have enough spaces anyway. You don't have enough people wanting to travel to get everything sorted. So time just coming to an end. Ollie Payne from Max Mackler. Max has got relatively close, certainly over a single lap. He's within half a tenth. Ollie a little bit more consistent. Ollie Bultink up in third. So Ollie Payne taking that from Max Mackler and Ollie Bultink. Niels de Gruyser in third position. Let's just have a look then at the overall ranking lists after three. Ollie Payne taking that. Max Mackler up into second now with a second in round. So Max starting to find some pace. He's had a 10th and 8th, a second. Adam Isay, he's had a second, and a 7th in that run. Andy Murray's time did hold up from the previous run. He was actually third in round with his 3 consecutive laps. So Andy Murray up there in fourth overall. Ollie Bultink 5th. Niels de Gruyser, Sam Coult, Matthias Nedrebo, Jan Rathajski and Morgan Williams would be your top 10 as of now.
Makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Ben's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
SRC in the background.
Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
There we go. Then we have got the first heat of the modified class out and running on track at the moment. Tends to be a little bit more percussive, some of these early heats of...
That's a good word.
Percussive.
Yeah.
It's an accurate description.
We saw Reinhard get a bit percussive with the end of straight barriers.
Yes.
Earlier, it wasn't on camera. It was before we actually went live. But yeah, he caught that orange curbing, that sausage curbing, just at the bottom of screen there, just above the Osmatics logo. Yeah, caught it pretty good. Airborne over the blue outer pipe. Which is a round diameter pipe, so it's not like a straight edge like a guttering, and yeah, straight into the hoardings, as they say in the UK, on the side of the track.
Yeah, they. I mean, they're obviously a flat chassis car, so if you hit the curb, the front wheels leave the ground, and then you sort of do a very quick wheelie into the track marker, into a solid edge track marker, and gain a nice little bit of height.
Yeah. Luckily, the barriers, they're not really like barriers. I mean, they did stop the car from getting tangled up with our wires, because that's where we're located there, just to the right, bottom right of screen.
Yes.
But yeah, it's the corrugated plastic cardboard, if anyone's out there is familiar with it. So it's not like these are solid concrete barriers or even wood or anything like that. They do deform a little bit, so they're not going to, I think, completely destroy a car, but obviously the body shell and maybe a wheel. What else might get knocked out of alignment there?
It would be more, you pick up a little bit of a tweak in the car, so it will just shift a pivot maybe slightly, you'll compress a spring slightly. It doesn't make the car, it doesn't mean that the car won't drive, but it tends to mean that the car isn't completely flat, square, and particularly with this class, that's quite a big thing. So when you put the car down, you open the throttle and the car doesn't pull away straight. It's you'd say that the car is tweaked when you open the throttle and the car just wants to pull slightly to the left or the right, and that just saps confidence, really. You can't lean on the car as hard as you want to, just to get that out there, and drive as you would like to. Jose Pereira leading this one at the minute.
We'll be back on the moving camera in a few minutes, folks. It's the bottom heat of the modified group. So
yes,
yeah, we're giving Cam a little bit of a break on the camera. There we are. We've got our shifting around cameras now. There's the chicane just in front of the drivers.
Indeed. Adam Mackman asking, do I know anyone that is good at getting height in a crash? Well, yes, frankly. I mean, they've made a bit of an amateur effort.
Pretty much everyone, probably.
No, I think Adam might be referring to the dent in the cable trunking above the door at Eastbourne, which is absolutely nothing to do with me.
Right. Okay. I'll believe you.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that it was. I mean, it was still going upwards when it hit that. So there was
not your car though, someone else's.
No, my car.
All right. Okay.
My car. That was a fair bit of pace went into that.
Yeah. So as expected, can I just say, let me pat myself on the back a bit. You can see the racing line. Yes, that camera needs to be shifted left, doesn't it? I mean, look, they're all going off screen. They're all going off screen. Every single car.
Very slightly, yes. Just a little nudge.
Yeah.
We can go out there and tweak that.
Yeah. We are going to be moving these cameras around. Don't worry, folks.
That's part of the part of the thing really of practice. We'll move the cameras around. So there we go. That is our fixed but will be moving camera that is locked off at the moment. That gives us a good view overall of the track. We've got one at the sort of foot of the driver's rostrum, giving a good view of the. It's kind of like a bit of a dog agility section. It's like watching like a collie go through the canes at Crufts, watching a car sort of weave its way through them, and a bit torturous. Like the quick guys are border collies. I think there's.
Everyone else is a basset hound.
Yes, there's a few sort of a few slightly wayward cars through there. That not the quickest way through for some people. Jose Pereira taking that one then over 3 consecutive laps. He was about half a second quicker over 3 laps, so he'll be hoping to bump himself up the seeding. What do we got next? We've got group number 8. So this is group 8 of 11. Philip Viala, Stu Cartwright, Nicola Morone, Marco Mazzini, Matthew Dambreen, Lucas Nedera and Andrea Torrigiani will be the drivers out in this heat. Again, we will be moving back to a moving camera for the top heats. Countdown begins and people's clock start.
So they were all running, not starting off. Is this the first of the control practice?
No, we're still in. This is still control practice, not time practice.
Sorry, yeah.
So yeah, when it gets into time practice, they will. I mean, they can do a rolling start. Effectively, the clock starts as they cross the line. But yeah, in these 5-minute practices, they tend to. Just let it go. This is a bit more
some of the heats were starting in the red starting box, and this group wasn't. They're just all going.
I think with a short lap like this, it doesn't particularly matter. They can run more sort of nitro style starts and let everybody have an opportunity to find a bit of a space out on track for themselves. Some places do. It's in control practice. It's not. There's no formal requirement to start them off the line.
Okay.
We've just had another car launch themselves at us. Let's see. That was Nicola. Nicola Morone tried to
testing the strength of his body shells.
Yes.
And wheels, I'm sure.
Yes.
Nothing like being your own product tester.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why he's why he's here. I think to get an idea. It's always, I think as anyone involved in product development, it's good that they know what they're talking about and can relate to how others find their product out on track. Always helps, and they can talk the same language.
Yeah, of course.
And you get guys like that are actively involved in running it. Max Mackler's an example of that. Andy Murray's an example of that. That they're quite often in a supporting role for their team, but they need to have relevance. They need to have understanding.
Yeah.
Of what's going on. Obviously, in the case of both of them, they're world champions in this class as well. So yeah, they're they're pretty handy at it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
At driving it. Even if they're newer classes, I mean, the first time I think that Max ran this class was when the first car, the A12, was released. That would have been, well, quite a while ago now. That was back at the Worlds in 2020 was its debut meeting. And that was really the first run-in that Max had with the car back then. But clearly developed since, and obviously in 2023, end of 2023, won the Worlds with it. Andy actively involved in the development of the Schumacher Eclipse series, and he won the Worlds in Milton Keynes in 2020, just before the world shut down for COVID. Andrea Torrigiani, quickest out there at the minute. And as I say that, I think Andrea coming to a halt with a spur gear that doesn't sound particularly healthy.
Yeah, the timing, just looking at the timing, it seems to be very hesitant about moving up and down the screen, but for some reason, don't know why, but yeah, that's not to do with us.
No, it is hopping about on the live feed that I'm watching as well.
Yeah.
So Andrea from Matthew Dambreen, Nicola Moroni running third. I think Stu Cartwright is fourth. No, Stu's popped up into third. So we've got a British 1, 2, 3, and only one of them sounds sounds particularly British in terms of the name. But yep, they're all BRCA members. Andrea Torrigiani, Matthew Dambreen, Stu Cartwright, Nicola Moroni running in fourth position. Lucas Niederer, Philip Viala, and Marco Mazzini is the current running order. Mark Stiles asking, is the track area shorter than it was a few years ago? Yes, is the answer to that one.
Is it?
Yeah, track area is shorter. I think in order to get this extra padel court in behind us, I think it's very slightly shortened. So pit area is the same, occupying the same space, but I believe that we're very slightly shorter, and we were further back along than we were a few years ago.
I thought it seemed about the same, but I don't. Obviously, I didn't
No,
drive on the track.
I think it's like a lane width shorter than it was, so probably like 3 to 5 meters shorter would be my my estimation. There we go, Andrea Torrigiani having that one then from Matthew Dambreen and Stu Cartwright. Who do we have next? Controlled practice 3, heat number 9.
Welcome back to RC Autopsy.
It's factory, that, mate.
That is proper factory.
Out of all the companies I've talked about up until now, none are currently as polarizing as TLR.
Wouldn't it be really cool if we could take a detailed look comparing the cars from those early periods right up to the present day?
Probably my favourite period of how the cars felt to drive.
We're not only going to take a look at those cars through this series, but we're actually going to run them here on the Cotswolds track.
Over here, we are moving to the quality control.
Be pretty pleased with that. A couple little bubbles in the middle.
Come out after Mayfield to make a little bit more space on those pipes, buddy. World champion, Marcus, tear up.
Let's get this built and go racing.
Be calm and try to don't have pressure, and
thinking about how to improve the car and taking ideas from different classes of racing.
Heat number 9 getting set then. Rene Yarn, Mark Valent, Yasmin Donath, Oyvind Stustal, Marcus Andreasen, Thomas Liptak and Rene Doctor out on track at the minute. see who is pretty rapid at the moment. I think we've got Thomas Liptak as the quickest car out there. Let's see if we can find him. He is the second of the green coloured cars off the end of the main straight. Just under the driver's rostrum now. So here we go, he's just slipped past on the inside. Thomas Liptak now, the first car just coming out onto the main straight, down the main straight now. This the 6.5 turn blinky class.
So you mentioned that a couple of times that I've heard. So just to explain to drivers who are used to faster cars, faster mod, just walk us through that.
Okay, so a few years ago, there was a bit of an understanding that, like open modified, there weren't really many drivers that could drive it properly. You know, you could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people who could drive it, stroke race it, which is using all of the power of the speed controller, the boost and everything like that. It's a great spectacle to watch, but you know, it's quite difficult for them. So
creates a lot of spare part sales.
It does. So the intention was, you know, we already had the blinky sort of framework in place, which is a fixed timing profile output from the speed controller, no variable timing, no adjustment or anything like that. It's just the timing output is what it is. Referred to as blinky because most manufacturers have some kind of LED flashing on the speedo or blinking on the speedo. So they decided to draw a line somewhere and have a 6.5 turn motor limit on there. So it was like a faster version of stock. I think what no one really anticipated was motor manufacturers then making 6.5 turn stock motors rather than people running modified motors with it. So when I say a stock motor, that is optimized to develop a little bit more power, or like the power band is a bit narrower and it's a bit more peaky, so you have a quite a short stack on the stator. You have quite a strong rotor with a very small air gap. It's getting a bit nerdy, but in effect it's developed with the intention of having a lot of power and maximizing the power rather than driving feel. So you now have these motors in these that are really pretty potent and not the nicest thing to drive in terms of throttle feel. They've got a lot of torque at the bottom end that you wouldn't necessarily have with a conventional 6.5 turn motor that you'd find in them. Adam Skelding saying, "Have you built like Tom's yet, Frank?"
Yeah, I saw that. I was just waiting for a break in the chat. I haven't yet. I've got nearly all of the equipment to put into it, and I've been collecting tires and wheels as well, and literally just got my name stickers and, very importantly, my transmitter skin stickers from Mal Graphics literally just today. So those are clearly the most important pieces, and now we're getting ready. We're getting ready.
That's good. Oh, good.
You got to have a sticker skin, right?
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
your name on it, so in case you obviously you leave it on the track somewhere.
Well, it's static horsepower, isn't it? That's,
yes. Racing stripes, painting it red, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's all very, very super important.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it's got to look good. You've got to bench race well. Got to bench race. It's most important. I think Oyvind Stustal is currently quickest out there. He is just trying to check. Oh, we've got 10 seconds left. So not going to get him by the end. But apologies, timing order seems to be jumping around a little bit.
Yeah, again, that's not to do with us. That will be the MyRCM updates because obviously we're reading essentially the feed from MyRCM.
Indeed we are. So Oyvind Stusdal taking that one. I'd like to thank all of these sponsors on the screen as well for helping us to bring you this coverage. So we've got a couple more comments. Steve Arendt 6324.
Oh yeah, Steve. He helped me with my my tattoo situation and down.
He's got a question of the week, apparently. You'll understand that. Mick Farrell says, hello guys, just dropped in for a look. Yep, hi Mick. Would be good to see you back, having another go at 12 to go.
I did talk to him about this, and he was saying he just did not get on with these the current crop of cars. But I think it's time, Mick. I think it's time. Come on back. Head back to the carpet.
Who have we got then? Penultimate heat, Oliver Havranak, Alessio Mazzio, Jan Ratajski, Simon Lauter, Andreas Brin, Adam Isay, and Nico Saarinen.
Alessio, my mate, also a double world champion from last year.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have a lot more world champions than you might think. He's obviously a GT8, I think double GT8 champion.
And Simon Lauter.
Yeah. Well, of course, Simon. Who can forget Simon?
So Simon is a world champion. He's a European champion in spec in this class. Yep, Simon obviously winning the spec touring car championship in Bakersfield.
Had to call the AAA in Bakersfield one time to get back from a Reedy touring car race. My key broke off in the ignition. So yeah, that was an interesting
you had
journey
to
back.
Everything's like it's like you don't put keys in ignition. It's just like
it just broke.
You just press the start button, don't you?
Well, yeah, right. Yeah, I put the keyless fob thing into the middle of the Activate the rear camera. Yeah, no, this car was not that current.
Not that current, not that advanced.
No.
Who is quickest at the moment? Jan Ratajski is quickest at the moment. He is the yellow-coloured car out there. That's running with him at the minute. Looking pretty good, pretty decent. Oliver Havranak running in second position. He is one of the two orange-coloured cars. He's the one under the driver's rostrum, just heading out through the carousel out onto the main straight. Let's see if we can find him. Ollie Havranak. Again, kind of keeps on threatening to pop in a really good result somewhere.
Who's that, Havranak?
Yes.
He's another quick one. He races off-road as well.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see him. I mean, he does touring car as well. So yeah,
it's kind of he's always seemingly there. He's always seemingly towards somewhere towards the top.
Yeah.
Towards the top end of stuff. But never quite exploded through. He's running in third at the moment. Who have we got? Nico Saarinen running in second in the heat. Where is Nico? He is... Just having a look for him. He is the white and green coloured car. So just heading out onto the main straight is Nico. There we go. Nico Nico flicks his car through the dog agility section under the rostrum. There we go again, just really nice. You get the entry to that right and it just flows lovely through all of those series of corners. You get it slightly wrong, a little bit like, there we go, that was slightly wrong, and it's a bit torturous trying to just get the whole rhythm goes off. It's almost like muscle memory that you're just flicking the car through there on the transmitter. That was better that time. Carries some speed. He is circulating in front of Jan Rathajski. You see Jan's not really making an impact on him. So certainly over the course of a run, what have we got? We've got, in fact, what have we got on the time? Overall time, Jan looking about a second quicker over a 5-minute run. So pretty good. So we're back on the car of Jan Rathajski now, leading this one with 30 seconds left. He's trying to hunt down the car in front of him of Nico Saarinen. Not quite making it there. He's got him by, what have we got? Over 3 laps. We have got, there's not an awful lot in it. There's about 3 100ths between them. So pretty close. Jan Rathajski just getting that one from Nico Saarinen. Good run. You can see they're now comfortably sub 10. Jan Rathajski, Nico Saarinen, Alessio Mazzio and Oliver Havranek making it under that. Adam Isay lacking a little bit there. He's 10.3 on a hot lap. Would have expected him to be a little faster. So this is the last heat of controlled practice before we move into timed practice. Just having a look. We don't have any gap scheduled on the timetable, though we're still showing qualifying in there, so that may well change.
Send you this one back.
Okay, track is live. Everybody out there can see a car parked just at the bottom right of the screen, well, in middle right of the screen. That's Alex Hagberg's second car, so he's obviously wanting to try something else. So he is out there running at the moment, but he will be at some point bringing that car in, I would imagine, and doing a model memory change on the transmitter and sending the other car out there. Let's run with Alex then, see if we can spot that, because he was quickest last time out. Let's see if we can find Alex. He has, well, he's just parked it in the scenery actually. Okay, let's. That's not looking good. He might be switching to the other car fairly shortly. No, that's just being placed down by Adam Isay. Let's run with Alex for a little bit then. Mark Reinhardt seems to have found some very strong pace over 3 laps. He is on a 30.5. Ollie Payne on a 30.3 now for Mark. Let's see if we can find him. He's just off the end of the main straight. He is the sort of Hara tribute shell, running a black centre rather than the normal blue. Here we go. So a bit of a crossover there. Obviously, Tsuchihara, Mark Reinhard, great friends, rivals. So some good pace there. In fact, yep, Mark back to the top. Mark, Ollie and Matthias Nedrebo trading times. Alex Hagberg now in the mix as well, so they're starting to pick up pace. They are sub 30 seconds. The top 3. Ollie Payne, let's see if we can find Ollie. He is the last of the cars on the main straight now. There we go, he's just navigating his way through a little bit of traffic. Let's run with Ollie for a little bit. Ollie looking the class of the field in spec at the moment. And hoping to take that into mod. Obviously he's won European titles in spec already. He's won that twice. He's defending spec champion. In modified, he was he was Mark Reinhardt's closest challenger last year. Had a unfortunate incident with Michael Olowski in the 3rd leg of the final. Mark Reinhardt won the first 2 legs. So the 3rd leg, it sort of artificially inflated the importance of the 3rd leg, which Michael Olowski took, and that bumped Ollie down into 3rd overall last year, but in reality he was Mark's closest competitor. Alex Hagberg looking to get himself in the mix, but Ollie is, what's he, 2/10 over 3 laps he's got at the moment. So most of the, top 5 of these drivers going sub 30. We'll have a look after this and see exactly where that's put everybody. Little bobble there from Ollie. Manages to recover it. He's already done the hard work. In fact, Matthias Nedrebo has hit the front now with 30 seconds to go. Where's he out on track? He's the orange-coloured car, I believe, off the end of the main straight now. So Matthias Nedrebo finding some stonking pace, and Alex Hagberg now jumping Ollie Payne as well. It's a small mistake from Matthias. So Matthias Nedrebo taking that one then. Ollie Payne not having it all his own way, because Alex Hagberg also up there, super close at the end, like 5/100ths over 3 laps between the top 2. So Matthias Nedrebo and Alex Hagberg trading times at the top of this one. Let's have a look at what that does to the overall ranking lists. So Matthias Nedrebo then is, after the controlled practice, quickest in mod from Alex Hagberg, Ollie Payne, Adam Isay, Mark Reinhard, Jan Rathajski, Martin Huddy, Simon Lauter, Nico Saarinen and Alessio Mazzio. The top 10. Remember, that's only over 3 laps, but as things stand, that would be your top heat, or how they would seed into the top heat.
Do you ever wonder what it feels like to drive the most thrilling radio-controlled car available? Meet the Kagama Monster Truck from Team Corrali. Top speeds that push your driving experience to the next level. Durable enough for the biggest jumps and roughest landings. Razor-sharp handling gives you confidence to know you're in complete control. This truck has it all. Kagama. Team Corrali, engineered to be the fastest.
All set then for, there we go, time practice 1. That was a little bit of a glitch there. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV in time for timed practice now here at the EFRA 1/12 European Championships with Tonisport. We are in Messina in Sicily. Very nice venue here at Paradise RC Arena. We have got in this heat coming out, we have got Francesco Salva, Michele Giangreco, Riccardo Ferretti, Vittorio Fanilli, Gianfranco Di Giovanni and Alessandro Calarese. So this is where things start getting fairly important. We're looking for the best 3 consecutive laps, so this is where they're going to start getting seeded into heats. So everything that's gone on so far doesn't actually mean an awful lot, other than giving an idea of who is quick and who isn't. But it will give everybody an opportunity to get out on the track and do what they can. Timing feed, we apologise, seems a little bit up and down at the moment. That's not us that control that. That is the feed provided by the track. That is what I'm looking at as well. Running with the pink car out there at the moment, off the end of the main straight. Takes tight line, this back to the spec class, so 13.5 turn motors. Making his way through some traffic. See if we can identify who is driving that pink coloured car as they cross the loop. That is Alessandro Calarese, so he is looking like he's quite comfortably quicker than anybody else out on track at the moment. He is over a second, he's like 1.2 seconds over 3 laps, quicker than anybody else in the heat. So he'll be definitely hoping to move himself up the seeding. Flicks it nicely through the chicanes. That's the actual physical chicanes on the track, not the other cars in the way. We're trying to work with RCM on the timing display on the screen with what we can see there. The feed does seem to have stabilised live. I can tell you that Alessandro Calarese, who we are following, is the lead car at the moment. Alessandro Calarese still a lead in this one from Michele Giangreco. We're running with him at the moment. These obviously longer runs now, so they're 8-minute runs that they have. So predicted times go up. We've got just over 3 minutes left, so we're getting to the point now where this is what the drivers have experienced. They're about to enter new territory. So some people who have had a quick car over 5 minutes might be about to get a bit of a nasty fright that they start running out of traction towards the end of a run. We will keep an eye on that and see who drops off. Obviously, it's not necessarily going to show up here, but can see that Alessandro, his forecast time, a 43.805. Next up, forecast time is a 41.809, so 2 laps quicker over 8 minutes than anybody else in this heat we're looking at here. That should seed him up a couple of heats. So this whole heat is Italian drivers, so it's their home federation hosting. There's every possibility that it will be their first international event. They won't be known to EFRA at all. So, just seeing a small mistake and a small bobble through the series of chicanes under the driver's rostrum there. Yeah, there's every possibility that they won't be known. So that's why this heat is probably a little bit more random in terms of results, and going to expect some of these drivers to end up in sort of heats like 4, maybe 5. So yeah, we've just turned off the timing whilst we're trying to get the feed sorted out. We think we know what the issue is. We're just hoping to get that sorted. It's the data that's being transmitted from race control. As with most big events, they have 2 timing systems in place, so there's always some redundancy there. In the event that one timing system goes down, there's another one. And we were getting feed from both sets of loops, which is throwing everything a little bit. So just working on getting that sorted now. That background timing data is still there and still captured. It just doesn't need to be published out there, which is that's what's sorting it at the moment. So we're just in the process of speaking to race control and having that sorted so that we're not getting double the data transmitted. What do we got? Final 10 seconds now. Alessandro Calarese looking pretty comfortable. We've run with him for most of the run. That was heat number 1. So heat number 2 going next. Starting to see a bit more of an international flavour. So Lucas Niderer, Philip Viala, Jean-Michel Varenard, Andy Thompson, Philip Huddy, Riccardo Fanili, Chris House and Arno Solnignac. Going to be the drivers for this heat. Quick shout out to Tonisport for supporting this coverage as the title sponsor of the event. Also like to say thank you to Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing and Hot Race for helping us to bring you this coverage. So all cars now out there and counting. Let's have a look. There we go. Like to give a shout out to all of these other supporters as well. Schumacher, Mobgums, RC Factory, Lens Bodies, Superrad and Accelerate. As well as the previously mentioned guys. You can see all on screen there. So great places to shop for all of your 1/12 needs. There we go, output looks to have stabilised now, so thank you race control guys for sorting that one out. Still 3 consecutive laps they're working with. Arno Solnignac looking like the quickest car at the moment. Let's just see if we can pick him up. He is the number 8 car as he crosses the loop. Which one is he? Let's have a look. They're in a gaggle at the moment, so just trying to separate them out. I think we have him. Nope. Let's just wait. Is he the... Just waiting for him to cross the loop. Some of these numbers aren't particularly easy to make out. He is, I think, the white front, so red rear off the end of the main straight. So 1 car. Just through the carousel now and out onto the main straight. There we go. No, we're running with the... Let's have a look. Trying to find the lead car still. This is the 8 car. White front, red rear down the main straight. A little bit of a coming together there between the car we're following on stream. That's Riccardo Fanili, running in 2nd place at the moment. He is about half a second down. Still running with Riccardo Fanili. Still running in 2nd place. This is an 8-minute run, remember, rather than a 5-minute run that we've been doing previously. Overall, we're looking at a 45-lap run for Arno Solnignac. Everybody pretty much stable on the times now. Arno over 3 laps. He is, what is he, 3/10 up? It's the 8 car. I think we have picked him up now. Three minutes remaining. So again, this is getting into territory where drivers have not been before. Just hoping that the car hangs on. We're running with Arno Solniak at the moment. Lead car. Just catching and passing traffic now. This will be, it doesn't matter at the moment, but it's fairly important later in the weekend. Trying to figure out where good places to pass, to catch and pass people. And equally, it's good for some of the slower guys in the heat to figure out where it's going to be, you know, a good place to maybe open up and let people go. Arno Solniak leading this one. So he's on a 32.4. Like 32.5 maybe, over 3 consecutive laps. Chris House at the tail end, he's on a 34.9, so 2.5 seconds over 3 consecutive laps. So bit of digging for Chris to do. Andy Thompson realising he's not quite got into us last time, so having another go at us off the end of the main straight there. Been recovered by a marshal and is back out on track. We're running though with 30 seconds to go with Arno Solniak. He is heading for, it's a quick 44 lap run he's heading to do, so 44.802. Riccardo Fanili with a 42.800. Lucas Neiderer, he's done a 44.810, so good run come together from him as well. You always have kind of an eye on that. If you have a completely clean 8-minute run, you've got a bit of an eye, because obviously that's really what matters. You've got a bit of an eye out as to where you stack up with people over an 8-minute run versus 3 laps. We're going to have time practice heat number 3 coming up next. Tim Pansters, Thomas Cavell, Mark Payne, Magnus Hellmark, Mika Mobers, Tim Janssen, Alex Laurent and Niels Meurs. Heading up onto the driver's rostrum. There we go. Series of drivers out there being released out onto the circuit. Countdown begins. So not forming up on a line this time. It's a rolling start for them. give it a couple of laps and see who looks fast out there. So after 3 laps, we'll have some idea of the pecking order. It's 3 consecutive laps, so you really don't want to be doing what Mark Payne just did and put it on its roof halfway around the 3rd lap. Tim Panster's leading this one at the moment. Let's see if we can find him. He is the... Let's just have a look. He is the minty green coloured car with the checkered flag down the side. There we go. Got him down the main straight. Thomas Gavell also finding some pace. In fact, he's like 7/10 up. So let's see if we can spot Thomas Gavell out there. Just waiting for him to cross the loop. He is, I believe, the pink coloured car. That's Tim Janssen. We're in a bit of a group at the moment, so just trying to identify them as they cross the line. It's a group of 3, so he is one of the 3 green coloured cars. It is the lead of the 3 green coloured cars. There we go, that is Thomas Gavell. Through the carousel quite nicely. 32.5. He is, what's he, like 3/10 down the road from Tim Pansters. Thomas Gavell from Tim Pansters, Tim Janssen, Magnus Hellmark, Mika Mobers, Mark Payne, Niels Mers and Alex Laurent. In fact, Alex Laurent not running. Nice clear track in front of Thomas Gavell at the moment. Comfortably faster than anybody else. Takes a little bit of a liberty there with that curb. Car rode it very nicely. So remember, this just going in to give everybody their heats for qualifying. Just 3 consecutive laps. Just want to bang 3 laps together and try and get yourself into the as good. Well, I say you want to try and get yourself into as good a heat as possible. I think I know last year Chase Mackman maybe suffered a bit. He excelled himself in seeding and managed to seed himself into the top heat, and I think that maybe cost him slightly. Just having to move out the way of other guys in that heat. So you just want to be slightly shifted. So we haven't had an updated time schedule as yet for the day, but I would say it's going to run as it says, with only the last round of qualifying being changed for a round of practice. I think everything should remain in terms of times exactly the same. It's just that first round of qualifying not taking place. So we'll be running through with these 2 complete rounds of time practice. We're on heat 3 of time practice round 1 at the moment. We will then have the opening ceremony, and we'll then go into 1 round of practice in the sort of heat order for qualifying, and then we're going to have qualifying tomorrow. Again, to the timetable, but where it says qualifying round 2, qualifying round 3, etc., that will be qualifying round 1, qualifying round 2, qualifying round 3. So we're only going to have 5 rounds of qualifying total rather than 6 over the course of the weekend. That means 2 from those 5 will count, which will mean this notepad, pen and paper that I have here will become pretty useful. Everybody just settling into a run now. Final minute, so starting to see what their cars feel like. What have we got? Thomas Gavell, who we're running with. He's on a 44.805 over an 8-minute run. Tim Panster's 43 dead, so about half a lap down. Tim Janssen has retired from the run. So you're joining us here just at the end of controlled practice, timed practice. So, right, okay. The timetable has updated now. So, what have they done there? 12:24 time practice 2. There is time practice 1, which we're running now, which started on time. And we then they've managed to insert another round of time practice in there, all starting at 12:26. So it looks like they're trying to get, I believe they must be constructing the extra heat at the moment. So if anybody's trying to look at the timetable and follow the timetable, I'd not look at that at the moment. That looks a little bit, I think they're trying to create the extra round of time practice and doing it live while the meeting's running, not to interrupt anything else. So everything says it will start at the same time. Matthias Nedrabo, Thomas Bryn, Alfie Hart, Tom Adams, Alex Seiter, Marcus Andreasen, Lewis Mobers and Stu Cartwright. The next drivers out on track. Again, welcome to you if you're just joining us on this, well, it will be Friday afternoon for our live coverage here on RC Racing TV of the EFRA 112th European Championships from Messina in Sicily, with Tonisport as the title sponsor of the event. Also Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec. Corrali, Zen Racing, and Hot Race. So orders changing around at the moment quite a lot as all the cars cross the loop. Lewis Mobers looks to be fastest at the moment. He is the white car just off the end of the main straight now. So Lewis Mobers, where are we? He is through the carousel and out down the main straight. We're running with Lewis at the moment, now in second position, but we will stay with him. So we're going to be with you all the way through till the opening ceremony. So the opening ceremony takes place at 16:10 local time. The time practice will finish at pretty much 1600. We are then back for the final round of practice at 17:45. So we're going to have about an hour and 45 gap between the end of time practice 2 and the start of what will be time practice 3. I guess it will be called time practice 3. I'm thinking it most likely to. But what will effectively be time practice 3. That's when the everything is scheduled. Lewis Mobers leading this one from Marcus Andreasen. At the moment. Having a look for Marcus Andreasen's car. I think his is the orange and white coloured car. He's through the carousel now. That is indeed the car of Marcus Andreasen. Chase Mackman recounting the story of him seeding into the top heat last year, having retired in the last round of practice. Oh, mistake there from Andreasen. We've got Stu Cartwright running in third position. Let's pick him up. He is one of the 2 yellow-coloured cars. He's the second of the 2 yellow-coloured cars. So just coming out onto the main straight now. There we go. That is Stu Cartwright. And Stu runs a little bit wide just as we pick him up. Commentators curse on him. Stu now trying to get back into a bit of a rhythm. He's already done the hard work. He is, where is he? He's about 4/10 down over Lewis Mobers and Marcus Andreasen over 3 consecutive laps. Over a run, Stu is on for a 43 in 8. Obviously, we've seen him run a little bit wide. Not a completely clean run, but making his way through traffic quite nicely. Car's still looking nice and flat out there. No repeat of the bumps that we had here a few years ago. We've got Alex Saiter running in 4th position. He is the, let's pick him up, he is the white and blue coloured car through the carousel now, down the main straight. Oh, some flashes of green on there as well, visible as he was coming towards us, but this is the 4th place man, Alex Saiter. So top 4, the only drivers to go sub 33 over 3 consecutive laps in this heat. Still Lewis Mobers leading, so let's see if we can go back to him. He's the white coloured car just entering the main straight now. He's just made his way past Stu Cartwright. And a small mistake there from Stu in the background as well. We're still running with Lewis, obviously running Mobgum's tyres. Lewis already having done the hard work to get himself out in front. He is a couple of hundredths quicker than Andreasen over 3 laps. Just really rolling it home now. Certainly in this spec class, you're not expecting any kind of exceptional pace right at the end of this. Just coming into the tail end of the run. Philip Lishka says, let's go Little Mobers. Yep, great run there from Lewis. Marcus Andreasen having a quicker hot lap, but not quite getting 3 of them strung together. Penultimate heat of spec coming up. So obviously these times are now starting to go in the books for seeding. So we'll have a look after these next 2 runs and get an idea where everybody sits in terms of the reseed. That can change again with the next round. Drivers all up and running. Andrea Torrigiani setting the early pace after lap number 1. So Andrea in after 3. He was the first driver to complete 3. Andy Murray had some strong pace and he's opened up pretty rapidly again. Andy Murray with the all orange coloured car, or one of the all orange coloured cars. Just making his way through the chicane, through the carousel, out down the main straight now. Andy Murray still leading this one by about half a second over 3 laps. So Andy Murray's car, the all orange coloured car, just out onto the main straight now. So running with Andy as he closes in on, I think that's Stefan Huyss. It is. Stefan opens up and lets Andy slide through. Nice clear track in front of Andy now. He is, what is he, half a second over 3 laps ahead of Oliver Havranek. Andreas Bryn running in 3rd position. Jan Rothajski in 4th. Andrea Torrigiani is 5th currently. Werner Spanbruckner, Morgan Williams and Stefan Huyss. Gap between the drivers, all fairly close, fairly consistent. Let's move our focus forward 1 car. That is Oliver Havranek, the other orange coloured car. He is running in 2nd position at the moment. See Andy Murray chasing him down. A pair of them making their way past Stefan Huyss. Stefan looks to have been cut a little bit adrift in this heat in terms of pace. He's nearly 2 seconds down over 3 laps on these 2. Oliver's now let Andy go. Gap between them remaining fairly consistent. It's sort of ebbing and flowing at different parts of the circuit. Oliver Havranek still running in 2nd position. I think the time should be fairly constant now. He's about 3/10 down on Andy. Andy Murray predicting a 46 lap run. as is Oliver Havranak's just dropped off of it to a 45.800, but super close. Two and a half minutes left. Let's see if we can find Andreas Bryn. He is a white front, red rear car. He's just through the sweep off the end of the main straight. He's heading into the chicanes under the driver's rostrum, through the carousel, out onto the main straight. There we go. We are through the carousel, the white and red coloured car on the main straight now. This is Andreas Bryn running in third position. He's trying to navigate his way past Jan Rathajski. Jan opens up and lets Andreas go. So Andy Murray looking currently a good bet to seed into the top heat. We've got just over 1 minute left. Andy Murray by about, well, in fact, 3.5 tenths from Oliver Havranak, Andreas Bryn, Andrea Torrigiani, Jan Rathajski. Into the final minute now. We're running with Andreas Bryn. Then we get the top heat of spec. Oh, big mistake there on the exit of the chicanes for Andreas. Andy Murray then from Oliver Havranak, Andreas Bryn, Andrea Torrigiani. It's also looking at Andy's time of 46.804. That's quite strong as an 8-minute run. So just keep an eye on that and see sort of where this top heat managed to put themselves over the 8 minutes. Here we go then, all set for the top heat. Let's go out first time out. Okay, so I think we're just waiting to make sure that all drivers have got numbers on their cars. Just so the Javier, the referee, can identify them. Starting to see some recognisable race paint out there. Okay, so timing has started then for the top heat of timed practice. Number 1 for the spec class here at the EFRA 112th Euros with Tonisport here in Sicily. Just opening up after a few laps, who is quickest at the moment. Ollie Payne from Niels de Gruyter. So let's run with Ollie for a little bit. He is entering the main straight now. Niels de Gruyter now hits the front, 31.283. Let's see where Niels is. He is one of the two white, he's the second of the two white cars. So he's closing in on Sam Court. In fact, Sam's a white and orange, but from the side it looks white. There we go, Niels de Gruyter, the all white coloured car, is just behind Ollie now, over 3 laps. 31.2. Ollie is on a 31.1. Nico Saarinen jumping up the order. So running with Niels de Gruyter at the moment, a 31.283. Andy Murray's time of a 46 in 4, standing up pretty well. Niels predicting at the moment, who we're running with, a 46 in 2. And Ollie Payne predicting a 47 in 9. Ollie has moved back to the front. So let's see if we can find Ollie's car out there. Ollie is the white front, sort of pink rear car. There we go, we've got him. So Ollie looking to defend his spec title. Won last year with CRC. Obviously we'll be looking to take his first European title with the Accelerate chassis. Ollie also winning this title back in 2018 as well, back at Racing Arena Limburg. Won the stock title there, driving for Roche at the time. So Ollie seems to be very quick regardless of what you put underneath him. Adam Isay's got himself somewhere up in the mix as well. Let's see if we can find Adam. Adam is the pink coloured car. He is, there we go, we're on Adam Isay's car. We will bring you after this a bit of an update as to where everybody is over the 3 consecutive laps and where seeding has got to. Ollie Payne from Niels de Gruyter. We're running with Adam Isay at the moment in 3rd position. Max Mackler is running in 4th. Ollie Bultink 5th. Nico Saarinen. And we've got Sam Cool and James Hart bringing up the rear at the moment. Adam just managing to navigate his way past James Hart there as they came out onto the main straight. Good driving from the pair of them. Still Ollie Payne, Niels de Gruyter, Adam Isay, who we're running with. Max Mackler is in 4th position. So over 3 laps, there is about 0.3 of a second covering the top 5. So fairly close out there. 31.1 over 3 for Ollie Payne. 31.2 for Niels de Gruyter. 31.28 for Adam Isay. 31.4 for Max Mackler. 31.473 for Ollie Boltink. And 31.5 for Nico Saarinen. 31.5, effectively a 31.6 for Sam Cool. And James Hart a 32.145. So James slightly on the struggle bus, but still will be looking to get himself seeded into the top heat or somewhere around the top heat. Adam Isay building up quite a lot of speed through those chicanes. Let's see if he does it again as he fires his way through there. So slow in and then just build speed all the way out, rather than trying to sort of go in and maintain speed all the way through. And again, so he's doing that consistently. Adam, European champion with touring car, but hasn't yet won one in 1/12 scale. Ollie Payne with a 46.802 overall he's heading for. So in fact, Andy Murray's time of an 8.04 standing up really well. Andy Murray could be Ollie Payne's closest challenger over an 8-minute run at the moment. Obviously that is with the rider that not everybody has put in completely clean runs. But as it stands, Ollie Payne doing what have we got, 30 seconds left to drive. He's heading for a 46 in 2. And Andy Murray did a 46 in 4. Pretty close out there. We're running with Ollie now as he runs for home right at the end. So Ollie Payne taking that one. Ollie Payne having taken that one from Niels de Gruyter, Adam Isay, Max Mackler, and Ollie Boltink. So that is the end of the spec, the first round of the spec. So let's have a look at our ranking lists. So what have we got? Ollie Payne from Niels de Gruyter, Andy Murray up in 3rd position, Adam Isay, Max Mackler 5th, Ollie Boltink is 6th, Nico Saarinen, Ollie Havranek, Sam Colt, and Andreas Bryn would be the top 10 as things stand. So looking out, yeah, James Hart would have got himself into the next heat. So what we have coming up next is the first of the modified, the first of the modified. So we have, as we're running through all day, we haven't got any kind of a break in or scheduled. As this is the first heat of modified that are running, we're just going to take a quick break. We'll leave the camera locked off so that you can see it, but we are going to take a quick break so that we can just grab some lunch. So we'll leave the camera running, leave the comments coming in. We'll be back on air and talking within the next 10 minutes or so. Okay, so we are back, or well, I'm back. Anyway, on the on the comms for a little bit. Just the others just having a bit of a stretch of their legs. So we'll stick with the revolving camera, but I'll give you an idea of what is going on at the moment out there on track. Nicola Moroni is quickest over 3 laps from Matthew Dambreen and Andrea Torrigiani. The top 2 seem to have a little bit in their pocket over the others. So Nicola will be, I don't know, could he seed himself? No, I don't think he could seed himself into the top heat. Just coming to the end of that heat number 8. So that was the second heat to run of the modified class. So you're with us now here on RC Racing TV, bringing you this live coverage of the EFRA 112th European Championships with Tonisport. Also like to thank our event supporters. So we have Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing, Hot Race. Also have Schumacher, Mobgums, RC Factory, Lens Bodies, Super Rad Body Shells, and Accelerate as well. Cars released out onto circuit, so 7 cars out there. René Jahn, Mark Valent, Yasmin Donath, Oyvind Stuchtal, Marcus Andreasen, Thomas Liptak, and René Doctor. Few laps in, Marcus Andreasen leading. In fact, René Jahn's just flicked back to the top. René Jahn from Thomas Liptak. René Doctor pops up into 3rd position. Looking at their predicted times, 47.806, 46.802. Let's have a bit of a look at modified overall. So quickest overall after the controlled practice over 3 laps was Matthias Nedrebo from Alex Hagberg. Then Ollie Payne, Adam Isay, Mark Reinhard, Jan Ratajski, Martin Huddy, Simon Lauter, Nico Saarinen, and Alessio Mazzio. We will have a look at that again, obviously after this round of timed practice. That will give us some idea who is looking fast. who's been tweaking, who's been experimenting, and gives us the option of or an idea who is likely to form up into the top heat. So we're going to be on air up until around 4 p.m. We will then go for a bit of a break whilst there is the opening ceremony. Then we'll be back for the one remaining round of practice of today. We've then got tomorrow morning another round of practice, which we're probably not going to be on air for the round of practice tomorrow morning. Maybe late on in time for the top heat of modified. But then we will be bringing you live coverage all day of qualifying. So 5 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, with 2 of those to count. So it makes it quite interesting in terms of tie breaks. And then we will be back for 3-legged finals on Sunday as well. Three-legged finals doesn't mean that you're like tied to the person next to you. That's obviously just 3 legs of finals, best 2 to count. So everybody will be intending to try and get their best 2 times out there. Okay, so leading at the moment, we've got Rene Jan. He is the predominantly white-coloured car, just going through the chicane under the rostrum now, out onto the main straight. There we go. Rene Jan leading this one, the only driver so far to have gone sub 30 seconds for 3 consecutive laps. Certainly in this timed practice. Had a few guys dip under that in controlled practice earlier on. Three minutes remaining of this heat. Rene Jan still on that 29.825 over 3 consecutive laps. This will be used to form up the qualifying heats. So what we're going to have is this round of time practice, one more round of time practice. Then we're going to be moving into a reseed after that. Where the top 10 over 3 laps will be in the top heat, or the top guys over 3 laps will be in the top heat, and so on, moving down. Once that reseed has taken place, that reseed is taking place during the opening ceremony. We'll then have 1 round of practice tonight, which we will bring you coverage of, and that's going to be putting the clock on people for 8 minutes rather than 3 consecutive laps. The 2 normally correlate fairly well, but obviously it's easier to hang together 3 hero laps with a slightly sketchy, loose, bit of an axe murderer of a car than it is to do a nice consistent 8-minute run. Thomas Liptak running in 2nd position at the moment. Let's see if we can spot Thomas. He is he's one of the 2 cars entering the main straight now. Just seeing he's the lead of the 2 cars. is Thomas. There we go. Still running nicely, just sweeps in off the end of the main straight there. Manages not to take too much of that curb, although that one made me flinch. Just for context, we're sort of sat pretty much as that sweeps past. There we go. That's you can just see us on cam there. So with cam on cam, and as they flash through, then someone takes too much of that curb. No immediate danger to us because they'll end up quite clearly over our head, but it's keeping clear of that at the moment. And remember to like, follow, subscribe to the channel as well, and become an RCTV hero. Frank can tell you a bit more about that.
Yeah, if you're on the RC Racing TV channel, you can click the join button, find out all the fantastic benefits of being a hero. That you get a sheet of stickers if you're a proper hero, or you can join on a cheaper level, not get any stickers, but you're still supporting RC Racing TV and RC Racing in general, and the live broadcasting of our favorite sport. So just real quick, we'll...
what, golf?
No. Who wants to knock little holes and little balls and tiny holes up and down fields and stuff like that when you can race RC cars? So in addition to all some great stuff, but also priority follow requests and discounts on merch, which you can see right here. This is special. See all those famous and wonderful people wearing RCTV and EFRA merch as well. You can get EFRA merch and some good stuff on there. I'm actually wearing one of my favorite EFRA shirts today. RC Motorsport Europe in the Inferno colorway.
What do we got now? Heat 10. So this is the penultimate heat.
We're getting up there.
We are absolutely getting up there, right up there. Who have we got out in front at the moment? Jan Ratajski with an opening lap. Quickest opening lap. We're running with Jan at the moment.
There's something on the main straight.
On the inside of the main straight, yeah. It's a bit of tape from the track. I mean, if it's on these guys' racing line, I don't, yeah.
Yeah.
If any of these guys are running there, then probably that bit of tape is the least of their concerns. A little bit of over-rotation there on the rear of Jan's car. It already looks quite pointy. I mean, this is going to be, he's obviously got some single lap pace. He's clearly under 30 seconds, but it'll be quite entertaining, I'd imagine, at gone 7 minutes. This one, the rear of the car might be a little bit loose.
Would you dial that out for a proper 8-minute run?
Yeah, potentially. Just, I mean, we'll see when he gets there, but this is going to be the first time that they've run for 8 minutes so far this weekend. So once they get past that 5-minute mark that they've been running so far, it's a bit of a voyage into the unknown for them. And I would be surprised if he had a completely locked-in rear of the car by the end of the run. I mean, Jan's good enough that he'll manage it, but you end up sort of not having the confidence to lean on it. You have to trail the throttle slightly.
Meaning what? Just after you brake, you still have a little bit of throttle going.
Yeah, well, you don't really tend to brake, but you don't lift off the throttle as much
100%, right.
As you would do. So you're more coasting in. So you tend to run deeper. You just don't lean on the car as much. You haven't got the confidence to fling it into the corner.
Right.
So it's just a little bit more coasting is required, and a little bit less energy. You whisper to the car, you don't shout at it when you arrive at the corner. Yeah, I'd quite like you to turn left here, please, rather than now! Sort of, yeah, just to keep it calm. But we'll see when he gets there. So
but it seems like he should be seating himself into this time practice. So this is the seating practice, as it tends to be called.
Yeah.
So he should be seeding himself into the top 10 fairly easily?
You would imagine so. I mean, what's he on? A 29.324. There'll be some guys in the top heat that are unlikely to manage that. It's always nice. I mean, there's 2 seeding practices, seeding rounds that go on. But it's nice to get one in the bag. The first one, have a bit of a banker, so you know that you're somewhere up there. If you're in one of the top 2 heats at least.
Yeah.
He'll be sort of looking to do. Obviously, he's if he ends up being in this heat, he'll still fancy his chances of making the A final from there.
Yeah. Anyone else we should maybe look at?
We've got, who else have we got that's recognisable out there? Adam Isay, he is running the pink-coloured car. He's off, there we go, we've got him straight away.
Not running a light blue coloured car.
No. He is running a sort of a hot pink body shell.
So is this the first time we've seen, did we see it Fabricam last year? I think he was, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. Adam's run 12 scale a fair bit. Obviously now, and still makes easy to make little mistakes like that. Just knock you out of your rhythm, get into a bit of a flow.
So restarts another set of three laps. So that would have ruined that 3-lap run if he was on one.
Yeah, I think by this stage of the run, not quite so much in modified, certainly in stock. Your first minute to 90 seconds is where all of the time comes. It's where you've got the most voltage. You've got sort of fresh additive. You've got the most grip. You tend to find that all of the fast times would come right at the start of the run. Not quite so much in modified, but I don't think you'll see massive changes in the order now.
Matseo's just pipped himself above Ishai.
He has. Let's. Where is he on track? He is.
I want to say he's the orange, one of these orange cars.
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
Maybe not.
He is. No, he's the white-coloured car just coming out onto the main straight now.
Oi!
Yeah, that one.
He's not a usual. In fact, he's not even sponsored by X-Ray. He might be sponsored by X-Ray for this event, but he's usually running a Raptor body nowadays, a Raptor car nowadays in GT8 and GTE, nitro and electric GT racing. So this is a much smaller car than what he's used to.
Yes,
but he's a double world champion in those categories. So
and it's obviously a local event to him.
Yeah.
So
literally he lives down the road.
Yep. So it makes sense for him to have a go.
Saarinen has also moved himself above Ishai.
Simon.
Whoop. Times have swapped around a little bit there.
Yeah.
Timing issues sorted now, though, from what we had earlier, so it's very good to see.
Yes, it was Actually, it was the club doing almost too good a job there.
Yeah, sending a little too much data to MyRCM, and then of course we're taking it from MyRCM.
Yes, I did explain earlier that there's 2 sets of loops in operation, so that there's some redundancy in the event of a discrepancy or a failure of one set, and both of them were transmitting data to it. So clearly, because they're at different points on the track, one lags slightly behind the other, so it was just updating and refreshing itself a little bit too often. So we now only have 1 set of data being transmitted from the club. Running with Alessio Mazzio at the moment. Running in second in the heat to Jan Rathajski. Getting set for the top heat to go out next. There we go, Jan Rathajski, 29 in 3.70 over 3 consecutive laps. All of the drivers sub 10 seconds. It's going to mean the track is potentially quite congested when we start seeing 10 cars out on track. If 10 cars out on track, and if they're capable of doing sub 10-second laps, going to have less than 1 second between them.
Makes it interesting for the 8-minute just free practice at the end of the day after the opening ceremony, which we will be back for.
I don't know that they're going to have 10-car heats there. I think if we keep it the same and we're sort of like 7 or 8-car heats, we'll see. We might knock a heat out of. We might knock a heat out of the round, maybe. We'll let race control decide that one. So Maciej Nedrebo was our quickest driver last time out, the orange-coloured car. So the orange-coloured car just heading under the driver's rostrum now. He was the fastest car last time out, so let's pick him up. None of them sub 30 yet. They've only pumped in 3 laps. So Gier's trying to get into a little bit of a rhythm. And then expecting them to go quite comfortably. Alex Hagberg the first to do so. 29.7. That's in the ballpark of Jan Rathajski. 29.6 now for Alex. Let's pick up Alex. I think he's just made a mistake. Fortunately, he'd already pumped in 3 good laps by that point. So Alex looking quick early doors. Ollie Payne also sub 30. He's done a 29.9. A little over a minute in. Start seeing these guys settle down a little bit. Pace starting to pick up. Alex Hagberg now down to a 29.4. Mark Reinhard is in second on a 29.7, so he is a couple of tenths down on Alex. Alex looking to win a 9th title this weekend, which would take the record off of David Spashit. Alex tied with him on 8 at the moment. Alex Hagberg from Matthias Nedrabo, Mark Reinhard, Martin Huddy, Ollie Payne down in 5th position. We got Marcus Mobers and Tobias Sutrick. Let's see if we can find Mark Reinhard, because he's getting quicker. Mark is running, is he running his race paint? Yes, he is, or he's running Hara's race paint. There we go. So Mark just makes his way past Ollie. .29.6 now from Mark over 3 laps. Got 29.4 from Alex Hagberg. Ollie Payne now picking up the pace now that he is behind Mark. So Ollie let him through and has now attached himself. Ollie just trying to get an idea where he's quicker than Mark, where he's slower. Mark looking a little bit better at high speed off the end of the main straight, losing a little bit of time, struggling a little bit more than Ollie for steering through those chicanes in the middle of the circuit. So Mark opens up to let Ollie through. Ollie on a 29.7 over 3 consecutive laps. Alex Hagberg still out in front with a 29.4. So Ollie pulls over, lets Mark go again. There's Alex Hagberg now. So Hagberg joins in behind Mark. Mark opens up. Let's pick up Alex's car. Run with Alex again. Out in front of this. Looking pretty good. Still a lot of curve. He's very confident in that car, can take quite a big risk through there. In terms of overall times, Alex Hagberg, Matthias Nedrabo, both on for 49 lap runs. Mark Reinhard, Ollie Payne, Martin Huddy on for 48 lap runs. Tobias Sutrick on a 46 lap run, and Marcus Mobers is on a 47 at the minute. So you can see we're running with Alex Hagberg at the moment. We've got Mark Reinhard just in the back of shot. Just out the front of shot, we've got Marcus Mobers. He'll be keeping an eye out for these two closing in on him. There we go. So Marcus opens up for the pair of them. Alex Hagberg still leading with 1.5 minutes to go. Ollie Payne's got himself somewhere in the mix, 29.445. Matches Nedrebo 4.86. Mark Reinhard 5.91. So top three all covered by less than half a tenth over 3 consecutive laps. Into 30 seconds. Alex Hagberg, we're running with him at the moment. Looking like he is going to be top seed after this round. We've got one more round to come, remember. Past a prone Ollie Payne on his roof, so Ollie is not going to challenge him. Just coming up to finishing times. So pretty close out at the front. We've got Alex Hagberg from Ollie Payne, Matthias Nedrebo, Mark Reinhard, Martin Huddy, Marcus Mobers, and Tobias Sutrick. Let's have a look at where that places us in an overall. So we actually have Jan Rathajski from the penultimate heat as the quickest over 3 laps. From Alex Hagberg, from Ollie Payne, Matthias Nedrebo, Alessio Mazzio as well. From that earlier heat, then Mark Reinhard, Nico Saarinen, Martin Huddy, Adam Isay, and Simon Lauter would be your top 10, were we to call it now, for the reseed. So a bit of a surprise there that Jan Rathajski from an earlier heat made it through. So just going into the last round now of timed practice. So this will be heat number 1 of Spec. This is their last opportunity to do a time. Alessandro Calarese then will be looking to put in a good time, get himself out of this heat. He was the quickest car out there last time. We'll just try and locate him out on track. Believe he is the, what is he? He's one of the 2 pink coloured cars. I think he is the second one on the main straight now. And was substantially quicker out there. It's a little bit of a coming together there as they come out onto the main straight. So I think it's 1 pink car back. There we go. That is our lead car of Alessandro Calarese. else do we have out there running quickly? Because Alessandro Calarese is quite comfortably out in front of this one. His best lap is... Where is he? He's best part of half a second quicker than anybody else. We've just had a car parked at our feet there. It's all right. He's cleared. He's gone. But I've cunningly sat sort of close enough that it'll disappear way past me. So. I think we're running with the second place car at the moment. He's just made a mistake though. He's running a sort of a carpet grey coloured car, which probably isn't the most sensible. It kind of looks a little bit like downloadable content you haven't unlocked yet. But he can see it anyway. That makes it a little bit difficult for some of the other competitors on track to see and to catch a glimpse of. Just quite steady. Doesn't look like he's delivering outstanding pace over a single lap. He just keeps on circulating, pumping in the laps. Apart from that and that. Just settle back into a rhythm. That's better through those chicanes that time. Starting to move quite nicely out there now. And see, just getting that flow through those chicanes a little bit wrong. And super easy to just fire it off into the barriers after that little mistake. Calarese still well out in front of this one. He is, what is he, nearly 2 seconds down the road over 3 laps. So he'll definitely be looking to seed himself out of this heat. In fact, where did he end up in? Overall, he was 22nd. In round in the first one, so he would be like the 3rd heat down, so he'll be looking to get himself up to heat 4 there. Who is in second now? It's super close on times. It's the Giacomo Della Aquila. Let's see if we can spot him out there. He is, I think this may be him. Check as he crosses the loop. He's one of the cars that's just crossed the loop. I think it might be the car that's just pulled into the side of the track. That is the 3 car. No, that's Ferretti. So I think we're, there we go, that looks to be the car we want to be following. There's one car back, I think. There we go, that is the car there. So the yellow front, green rear car. Running in second currently. I think if we move one car back, that should be the car running. There we go, it's the red coloured car. 1 minute to go. That is the car running in second position. With 1 minute to go, let's see if we can find the lead car to run for home. Calarese. He is the pink-coloured car. He's through the chicanes under the rostrum, around the carousel, out onto the main straight. Some of the comments. Edward Pickering saying he thought Corrali died out ages ago. They have been around for a little while as an RTR brand. They have in the past year, released a 1/12 scale car. They've also got a few electric on-road cars now back in their range. Stéphane Lampérière saying go Team France. I think there will be a few of them out there this time round. Arnaud Sagnac, one of them. Jean-Michel Varinard, another. Philippe Viala too, actually. Just spotted him on there. So everybody off and running for this last look. We had Sagnac, who was quickest last time out. He is the minty green coloured car on the main straight now. He's just heading through under the driver's rostrum through the set of chicanes, round the carousel, frighten some traffic out the way. Already 3 laps down, the only driver so far to have pumped in 3 laps, so of course he's at the top. It's being a little uncompromising as he catches some traffic there. He's got some good pace in the car though. He is, what's he on, 32.279. So he's over a second quicker, over 3 laps than anybody else out on the track. Let's just stick with him as he closes in, catches and passes some people. I think that's Philip Huddy that he is just closing in on. There we go, Philip gets out of the way very nicely. .32.189 now for Sagnac. Is that the car of Riccardo Fanili he is closing in on? Let me just double check. All across the loop together, so it's a little bit difficult to confirm. He's certainly one of the... Ooh. That's someone's spur gear not sounding great there. That is Philippe Viala, one car in front of him. Oh, he's just let him go. Okay, so Philippe has let him go. I'm just looking out for where Riccardo Fanili is. He is, I believe, the white front, yellow rear, just entering the main straight now. So it looks like he's running a little bit slower around the lap than Arnaud Solniak. But car doesn't look terrible. Looks very consistent, easy to drive. Kind of car that you would like to have for finals when you get there. Nice and easy, super planted, super consistent. Again, catches, passes Philippe Hoodie. Philippe moves out the way very nicely for him. They're well into the final 4 minutes now of their running for timed practice. So this was their opportunity to bump themselves up into a better qualifying heat. This heat number 2 of 6 spec. Not entirely sure if there's going to be still an 11 heat round. We'll figure that out after the reseed, which comes at the end of this round. So if you are just joining us here on RC Racing TV, welcome to you. We're bringing you live coverage of this EFRA 1/12 Euros with Tonisport as the title sponsor for the first time. Also like to thank Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing and Hot Race for helping us to bring you this coverage. We are just at the early end of the timed practice round number 2. So once this concludes, there's going to be a break for the opening ceremony. Then we will be back on air for the a further round of practice, but in the reseeded heat order. Viala up into second position now. Let's see if we can spot him with the... Let's just see where he crosses the line. He is that car there, the white and sort of purpley red coloured car on the main straight. Just over a minute left. 32.489. So he's got within about 3/10 of Arnaud Solniak. Chris House gaining some support as well on the chat. .30 seconds left. So there we go, exactly 3/10 between Philippe Viala and Arlo Solniak over 3 laps. So 1/10 of a second per lap. Sounds super easy to find, but it really isn't. Coming up for finishing times now. There we go, Arno Solniak taking that one from Philippe Viala. Lucas Nederer in 3rd, Jean-Michel Varenard in 4th. Next up, heat number 3, just alighting the rostrum now. In case you're wondering why most people are stood on the camera to the left end of the rostrum to their right when they get up on the rostrum, it's not quite centered in the track or on the track area, so although they appear to be huddled up at one end, that's more lining themselves up with the middle of the track, giving themselves a better view of the track out there. So that's why there's most people taking up those positions. Alternative, you have Niels Mers up there, who is just a bit antisocial and doesn't want to stand next to anyone. So cars released, be wanting to put themselves in the best qualifying heat that they possibly can. The track winning some praise from lots of drivers for being exceptionally flat. It's good to hear. Let's see who turns out rapid at the moment. After 3 laps. Tim Panster's up there. Mika Mobers looking quite fast. Niels Mers, Thomas Gavell, everybody kind of nailing 3 laps. We're running with Tim Pansters at the minute. The minty green shell with a checkered flag down the side. He's managed to get some decent laps in, decent laps together. Looking at a 45 lap run as well, so not only is he quick over a single lap, looking like he can put together a pretty good run as well. Thomas Gavell now moves to the front. See, he is I believe the green coloured car, or the first of the green coloured cars. There we go. Seems to be a bit of a quirk with Mark Payne not counting, although he is out on circuit and circulating. He's recorded 2 laps, but then no more. Bit of an oddity. This car's definitely still going round out there. We're running, though, with Thomas Gavel. 32.480 over 3 consecutive laps. Trying to close in now on Tim Pansters. So the car in front of him on the track. Tim opens up nicely. Thomas Gavel then looking like he's got some really good pace. Small mistake there on the exit of the chicane, doesn't cost him too much. Closing in now on the car of Mark Payne, who weirdly his transponder started registering again. There we go. He is through there. Niels Meurs also going quite well, up in 3rd position. He is a minty green coloured car. There's 2 of them out there. He's the one under the driver's rostrum now. So running with Niels Meurs in 3rd position overall in the heat currently. .32.980, so he is exactly half a second down over 3 laps on Thomas Gavel. Tony's Rorassi says, come on, Chairman Payne. I think he's having some sort of transponder issue, Tony, because he is, well, he's 30 seconds off the pace over 3 laps. So I think there's, his transponder seems to be counting, they're not counting. So not ideal in terms of nailing some consistency. So I would imagine there's some kind of loose connection going on there for him. We're still running with Niels Meurs. In fact, Mark Payne has now stopped. He's done the step back of shame on the rostrum. There we go. Looking on, questioning his life choices. Still with Niels Meurs. Let's see if we can find Thomas Gavel for the run to home. He is, I think he's 1 car back. There we go. Solid green coloured car. So looking to bump himself up out of this heat. Probably looking, I mean, he might be looking at heat 5, probably going to be heat, like pointy end of heat 4, I would have thought. Still Thomas Cavell, 30 seconds left. Just looking to bring it home. It's a good, consistent pace all day. Just wanting to move himself up the seeding a little bit. So Tim Pansters has finished. Thomas Cavell crosses the line. 32.476 over 3 laps. So there we go, 10.7 for Thomas Cavell as a hot lap. What do we have next? We have got heat number 4. Heat 6 will be the top heat that we're starting to build towards. Lewis Mober's quickest last time out in this one from Marcus Andreasen, Stu Cartwright, Alex Seiter, Alfie Hart, Tom Adams, Matthias Nedrebo, and Ole Thomas Bryn. Getting ready to start. So, Lewis Mober's predominantly white coloured car. He's going through the chicanes around the carousel now. Just dialing this in over a couple of laps. That's so Matthias Nedrebo hits the front. He is the orange coloured, so orangey red coloured car. There we go. So a little bit of a surprise to see him languishing down the order in the heat. Obviously very, very quick in modified. So he'll be, he's sort of right up at the sharp end of that one. So 31.9 over 3 laps. Just give you an idea of what we're looking at. Ollie Payne is currently a 31.145 over 3 laps, so 31.952. So he's about 7/10 down on Ollie Payne at the moment, like 31.8. So he's down to within about 6/10 now. 31.779. So Matthias Nedrebo starting to string it together. Where did 10th, where was Andreas Bryn? 31.670 would get him into the top 10 currently. So that's the magic number that we're looking for. Remember, this is heat number 4. So we've still got heat 5 and heat 6 to come and improve. But to get himself into the top 10 at the moment, he would need to be on 31.670 over 3 laps. So not quite there yet, but that is the target for Matthias Nedrebo. In second, we have got Marcus Andreasen. He is the orange and white coloured car. There we go, just going round through under the driver's rostrum now. Through that series of chicanes. .31.979. So those two guys, the only ones to have managed under the 32-second barrier. Stu Cartwright just missing it at the moment, 32.002. So we'll be looking to jump up, see if he can make that. Lewis Mober's also very close, a 32.047. Marcus Andreasen then closing in on, that looks like Alfie Hart that he's closing in on. Let's see if and where Alfie opens up for him. It's not quite there yet. Still not made his way through on Alfie yet. So small mistake there from Alfie. That frees up Marcus Andreasen. And in fact, Stu Cartwright has got himself up into second place now with a 31.781. Let's see if we can find him. He's one of the all yellow coloured cars. I think he's the one going around the carousel out onto the main straight now. That is indeed Stu Cartwright, 31.781. That would put him somewhere in there. Where's 31.781, 31.670? That would put him somewhere in the region of Morgan Williams. So good run coming together for Stu. Matches Nedrabo now with a 31.4. Where's that getting him? 31.4 is gonna be that's in the region of Max Mackler and Ollie Bolting. Obviously they still have to come later on, but Matches Nedrabo putting himself in with the shout of getting into the top heat. We're still running with Stu Cartwright. Small little bobble there from Stu. But in second position in the heat, 31.781. So this could conceivably get him up a heat into the penultimate heat, depending on how things shake out. If not, he'll be right at the sharp end of this heat. Not the ideal line through there, but continues. Pace looks good, car looks good, nice and flat, responds well through the chicanes. That's a decent run that's come together there. Let's see if we can get back to the lead car. He's the last car entering the main straight now. That's Matthias Nedrabo. 31.443 now. So I think that's going to be like 5th overall as things stand. Clearly, with 2 heats still to run, that may change. Good run though from Matthias Nedrabo. On a total run, he is on a 46.810. Again, when we look at Andy Murray's time last time, 46.804, it's certainly in the ballpark. So Matthias looking really, really quick in modified. Not quite the same outright pace in stock. good run though for Matthias Nedrebo. Done everything he needed to, stayed out of trouble. He's going to give himself a very good chance of being seeded into the top heat there with that run. Matthias Nedrebo then taking that one from Stu Cartwright, Marcus Andreasen, Lewis Mobers, Alfie Hart, Tom Adams, Alex Zeiter, and Thomas Bryn not running. Coming up next, we have got Andy Murray, currently third. Oliver Havranak, Andreas Bryn, Andrea Torrigiani, Jan Rothayski, Morgan Williams, Werner Spanbruckner, and Stefan Huyss. A few of these guys will be fancying their chances of making the top heat as well. Got a bit of a marker laid down. So Matthias Nedrebo actually popping up in second position at the moment. But obviously still these 2 rounds to go. So not the best start there for Andy Murray, who managed to turn turtle. Let's run with him, see if he can pump together a few hot laps. No, that's body shell looking a bit second hand. No, Andy looking a bit befuddled and discombobulated on the rostrum. Choosing to join in, let's just see now. Has he just tried to find himself a nice gap on the track? Let's see what he can manage on a flying run. Was in third, so he's clearly had pace in the car, got pace in the car, had pace in the car. What he's not going to do is a quick 8-minute run after that, but he can still pump in 3. So there we go, jumps all the way up to second from Oliver Havranak. So Andy up and circulating quite nicely. Oliver Havranak, let's have a look for him. He is the orange coloured car that we are running with now. (31.389). Meanwhile, Andy Murray's popped himself back up to the top, 31.293. So he is going at some pace, still not at Ollie Payne's 31.145 or the Niels de Gruyter's 31.195, but somewhere in the ballpark of that. So 31.1, remember, is what Ollie has managed already. Trip Jones says, good morning. Good morning. Andy Murray now on 31.220. Oliver Havranak we're running with on a 31.389. Andrea Torrigiani, he is also going quickly. He's on 31.505. Where is Andrea? He is the baby pink coloured car. That is, there we go. We've picked him up. So Andrea putting together some good pace. Andrea making his first BRCA National A final at the tail end of last year. Starting to find more and more consistent pace. Andrea trying to find his way past Andreas. Not quite got there yet. Still running with Andrea in third position at the moment. Meanwhile, Andy Murray is now on a 31.038, so he has moved to the front. So let's see if we can pick up Andy's car again. Andy is just out on the main straight now. There we go. That is Andy's car, 31.038. So he now moves to provisional. Obviously, there's the top heat still to run, but this would be provisional top seed for Andy Murray. Obviously no stranger to being at the front at international events. Having, well, sort of snuck up on Matt Vauer at the 2020 Worlds, gave him a bit of a fright, and eventually got in front of him. Andy now running as provisionally the top seed. Just over 2 minutes left. 31.038 for Andy. That is 1.5 tenths up on Ollie over 3 consecutive. So not a very good total run time for Andy, because he had a bit of a moment at the start. Stopped off, regathered his thoughts. Little mistake there from him. Not too costly. So we're now building towards the, hopefully, fairly climatic top heat of spec. We've got Andy Murray's time of a 31.038. I think he's unlikely to beat that in the last minute. So fairly sure that that is going to be locked in as his effort over 3 laps. 31.389 for Havranak, 31.505 for Andrea Torrigiani, 5.67 for Morgan. In fact, yeah, Andy has just pulled out the way of, that's Morgan directly in front of him. So they've had the 30-second call. Andy's car starting to look a little bit loose. That might be of concern to him towards the end of the run. He's done what he needed to do and got in a good 3-lap run. but just starting to get a little bit sketchy towards the end of the run. So, all finished. Andy Murray then moves himself to top seed on 31.038 currently. Yep, Andy Murray top seed then currently from Ollie Payne, Niels de Gruyter, Adam Isay, Oliver Hafranak, Max Mackler, Matthias Nedrebo, Ollie Bultink, Andrea Torrigiani pumps himself into the top 10 with 1 heat to go. Nico Saarinen, Morgan Williams is 11th, so he is definitely out of the contention for being in the top heat. So we've got Andy's time that we know, a 31.038. That's the magic time that we're going to be looking for any of these guys to beat over 3 laps. So I think realistically, someone's going to need to get into the, probably get into the 30s. 30.9 something. That's going to require someone to do like 10 threes, really. So, Ollie Payne, we think probably the most likely. So let's see if we can pick him up. Timer has started. Let's see if we can find Ollie Payne out there. He is the man most likely, we think. We're on Ollie's car now. So 31.038, remember, is what we need to be looking for. So 31.4 after 3 laps for Ollie. 31.2. So we're running with Ollie Payne as he attempts to knock Andy Murray off top spot. 31.039. He is 1/100th behind Andy Murray as things stand. So one more quick lap from Ollie Payne. 39.31. There we go. So Ollie Payne nicks it back off of Andy Murray within the first minute. And as we predicted, went sub 31. Adam Isay is 31.359. So he hasn't got it. Nico Saarinen, not there. Ollie Bultink, Max Mackler, they are not there either. So should we see if we can find Adam Isay, see what he's managing. He's the pink-coloured car on the main straight. Adam Isay, 31.359. Haven't seen anything yet from Niels de Gruyter as well. He was right up there with the 31.0. Sorry, a 31.2 last time. He's on a 31.9 at the moment. So expecting him to find some pace. So as things stand, we've got Ollie Payne as the top seed from Andy Murray. Ollie Bultink, 31.218. He is not there yet. Ollie Bultink would be seeded 3rd, I think, as we stand from Adam Isay. Let's have a look, see if we can find Ollie Bultink, who's running in 2nd. He's one of the orange-coloured cars. He's the one on the main straight now. Ollie Bultink running in 2nd place at the moment, 31.218. 31.038 is the time from the previous heat to beat. That was the time of Andy Murray. Ollie Payne's done it. Ollie Payne he's the only driver to go sub 31 seconds over 3 consecutive laps. Ollie Bultink, who we are running with at the moment, looks set to go third, because that beats Niels de Grijzer's time of, no it doesn't actually, 31.195 was Niels' time last time out. So Ollie Bultink needs to find a little bit of pace, otherwise we're going to have Niels de Grijzer starting out in third place in the seeding. We will give you an update as soon as this is done as to who the top seed is. It's looking very, very likely to be Ollie Payne. Ollie just making his way past Ollie Bultink. So Niels de Grijzer could well be saved by his first time practice round time. Hot laps 10.251 for Ollie Payne, 10.341 for Ollie Bultink. Nico Saarinen's managed a 10.297. Still 31.218 for Ollie Bultink, who we're running with at the moment. This is still Ollie Bultink we're running with. No one looks like they're getting any quicker right now. We're over 5 minutes into the run. Let's see if we can find Ollie Payne again. There we go, there is Ollie Payne. He is running out in front of this one. Top seed. Well, looking very likely to be top seed, unless anything happens in the next 2 minutes. He's closing in on Adam Isay and Max Mackler. Just looking to make his way past. We'll give you an update as soon as possible after the end of this as to who has seeded where exactly. After this, we've then got 5 heats of modified. And we'll bring you the information from that as well. And then we're going to go into practice. We're going to go into the opening ceremony. And then we'll be back for practice. So Max Mackler has opened up for Ollie Payne. And I'm not sure Adam Isay knew too much about that. Ollie just turned up the inside of him. Coming out onto the main straight. But we now got a chain of 3 cars, 3 world-class drivers out there. Ollie Payne, Adam Isay, and Max Mackler. All 3 of them European champions, either current or former. Adam and Max having won that in the touring car class. Ollie the defending champion in this class. Be looking to make it a double and his 3rd title overall. Final 10 seconds now. So there we go. Ollie Payne then, I believe, is the top seed. We will just wait till everybody has crossed the line. I think we're just waiting for Niels de Gruyter, who is wandering off the rostrum. So that is unlikely. Let's just have a look. So we're just waiting for that time to be called over. And then we shall confirm. Just waiting for the ranking list to update. There we go. So, yes. Ollie Payne, Ollie Boltnick, Adam Isay, Nico Saarinen, Max Mackler, Niels de Gruyter, Sam Colt, James Hart. So as a top 10 then for seeding, we have Ollie Payne is the top seed, Andy Murray will be second, Niels de Gruyter will be third, Ollie Boltink fourth, Adam Isay is going to be car 5, Nico Saarinen 6, Oliver Havranak 7, Max Mackler 8th, Matthias Nedrabo 9th, Andrea Torrigiani 10th. So great effort from Andrea then, popping himself into the top 10. We got Morgan Williams, Sam Colt 12th, Andreas Bryn, Jan Rathajski, Werner Spanbruckner, Stu Cartwright, that's a really good effort from him, 16th. Marcus Andreasen 17th, James Hart 18th. So some really good efforts there. So now have the first heat of modified running for the spec class. And we've got, in fact, I've just noticed Mario Neri's body shell. It's the second white and orange one out there. It's got a 007 logo on the deck lid as well. I noticed that as it came past. So looks a little shaken, not stirred, but he's getting it round. He is, yeah, managing to circulate. Out in front, we've got Jose Pereira with the number, let's have a look. Let's just see if we can, there we go, I think we've got him. That is the white and purple coloured car. That is indeed Jose Pereira. We've now got a change of lead, a 35.73 of Giamo Rosario Giamo. These cars slightly more powerful than the cars you've just seen on track. Car fires it through that chicane. Off the end of Main Straight. Watch this compared to other cars through the chicane. Well, there's one. He's just pivots the car around the nose. Fires it off down the Main Straight. Little bit of a bobble there over the curb. Probably a bit more risk than he wants to take, but really good pace. 30.472. So already these guys quicker than the very quickest of the stock drivers, which is a little bit strange potentially for the for this heat. Who is running in third? Frederic Santos, the Portuguese driver. Let's see if we can spot him. There we go. Looks like we have got him. The yellow front, red rear car. And, oh, big mistake there, turning way too early. Gave the barrier a quick headbutt. Frederick putting together a decent run himself. Let's head in for a... this is going to be a 42-lap run. They're just navigating some traffic, letting them go.
Seems I missed some somersaulting action.
Yeah, there's been a few...
some good ones.
Yeah, there's been a few good ones.
Oh, man. I love a good shrapnelization. Especially now that these guys are all running, the mod guys are running carbon stiffeners and stuff like that on their body shells now.
Yes, either that or like printed stiffeners that go in front of the, or inside the wheel arches.
Yeah. I was just confirming, you know how I think with my stomach. There was just confirming that the driver banquet is actually going to happen on after the time practice.
Yes.
Well, after the practice, just the practice.
Yes.
Because it has disappeared from the schedule. So
okay.
I had to just make sure that the main organizer, our man Vito, is on it, and so that will be updated. Don't worry, folks. We will get fed.
Well, I mean, I'd imagine they'd ordered the food, so that would
Oh,
be...
yeah. Yeah, but it's not on the schedule. So if everyone leaves, then the food's just wasted, isn't it?
Well, not if we're here.
Well, true. Yeah. I mean, we'll have a table each of amazing arancini and cipollini and
what was
sangria.
This came up in conversation, the difference between arancina and arancini.
Well, there's arancino,
okay,
which is what the risotto... it's Italian street food, basically. Southern Italian street food.
Okay.
So it's risotto rice filled with a ragu and little bits of meat, or just various things, but usually it's ragu and meat, which is the red sauce, marinara sauce. On the west coast, which is where we're at, because it follows the shape of Etna, and there's shall we say, a male shape to a mountain.
Okay.
It's called arancino, which is the male form of the word. But in Palermo, on the east side of Sicily, it's called arancina.
Okay.
I mean, I would say wars have probably been fought over this. You know, this sort of like regional difference. You know, it's like in the UK, there's like bap and barm cake and tea cake and bun and roll and that sort of thing, right?
Cob. Come on.
Exactly. See? Exactly. Exactly. You Brits know exactly what I'm talking about. In America, it'd be like soda or pop, or even in the Midwest, if you ask for a Coke in some places, they'll say, okay, what do you want? Even though you've literally asked for a Coke, you would say Dr. Pepper or Pepsi or whatever, right? This is the weirdness of regional variations of language. It's great. So anyway, yes, arancini is the plural of arancino, or arancine, I believe, is the correct pluralization of arancina.
Okay.
So if you want 2 arancino, you would say 2 arancini. If you want 1, you don't say I'll have an arancini, because you're saying an arancinis.
Okay, yeah, that,
right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I was corrected on that very loudly by a Sicilian lady in Catania at the airport the last time we were flying out of here. So yes, arancino, arancina, arancini. Multiple arancini will be consumed tonight. So yeah, there we go. Cam says it's a cob, a circle of, well, it's, I suppose a circle. It's a filled circle of bread. But it's not a donut, though. A circle of bread makes me think of a donut or a bagel. As a hole. A disc of bread. We'll be having plenty of bread and Italian delicacies over the weekend. But anyway, yeah. So like I said, I had to confirm that the food is a frisbee of bread. Well, that's a non. Yeah.
Where were we? Right.
Yeah, there's cars going on the track in brightly colored situations.
There we go. Heat number 8 about to go live. So Nicola Morone.
Nick Brown.
Will be off.
I just threw you off again, didn't I?
You did slightly, yes. No, I was just thinking. I saw someone had posted his name last night, and it was Nick Morone, which is
yeah, that's not.
That's something slightly different. But yes, Nicola Morone leading away. His was a green-coloured body shell.
I think it's
not. It's no. It's blue. He's assuming that he's driving the car he's looking at. Which tends to be helpful.
Oh, he's running Isai's colors, Adam. This time. That's kind of his color, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I think Adam's a little bit lighter.
What?
Yeah. But he is running, where is he at the moment? He is 3rd at the moment. Matthew Dambreen is leading this one. He is just coming out onto the main straight now. So he is let's have a look. There we go. The white front. Obviously been discussing with Andy. Andy putting in a really good run. Andy Murray putting in a really good run to get himself 2nd. Matthew Dambreen still leading this one by about half a second, actually, from Andrea Torrigiani. And carving his way through traffic. Off the end of the main straight behind Nicola Morone. Nicola, not quite getting out of his way. There we go. So Matthew passing him through the series of chicanes. Still running with Matthew Dambreen out in front, around half a second quicker over 3 laps from Andrea Torrigiani, 39.240. Let's have a look at where that puts him. Remember, Jan Rathajski from the penultimate heat was quickest last time out. Just having a look roughly where this puts him, or would put him. So Matthew now down to a 29.9, which is, what have we got? Simon Louters on a 29.7 in 10th currently, so it's not going to get him into the top 10. Marcus Mober's 30.001, 29.926. So he would be just in front of Oliver Havranak at the moment. So he would be, this time we'll put him at about 13th. Actually, this is heat 8, so we still have 9, 10 and 11 to run. So Matthew needs to find a little bit more pace if he is looking to seed into Certainly if he's looking to seed into the top 10, but if he is going to get himself somewhere up at the pointy end, even in the top 20, maybe not. He's going to be somewhere in that ballpark, I would have thought. Matthew Danvereen still going nicely out front from Andrea Torrigiani. Let's see if we can find Andrea's car. Is Andrea running? He's running the white body shell that's just turned into the inside of the straight, so commentator's curse as we've picked him up. He's just checking that the car still goes straight. Run with Andrea for a little bit. So looking at Andrea's car relative to Matthew's, you can kind of see just a little bit through the centre of those chicanes. Matthew's car just pivots and sort of releases, rotates and releases and just gets off the corner. Andrea's just, it's tiny bit ponderous. It just gets to the middle of the corner. It just stalls. It's not flowing quite so much. Maybe that car's got a very slightly lower roll centre on it than what Matthew's running. It just looks like the car's leaning a little bit into the corner, slightly more. And obviously some kind of problem there for Andrea. So that's going to be a retirement. So Nicola Morone running second. Let's pick him up. The blue-coloured car that we've got on stream now. Just starting to close in on a little bit of traffic. Still just trying to navigate their way past a few different cars. Looking at overall times, Nicola now to the front with a 29.8 over Matthew Danbreen. So Nicola finding pace later on in the run compared to others. Just catches a bobble between a couple of cars out there. See Nicola's car starting to fishtail a bit now as we go into the last minute, so he's lent on it quite hard and starting to run out of traction. Already done what he needs to in terms of 3 laps, but going to be a little bit tricky for him. Potentially might consider soaking the rears in additive very slightly longer, a little bit more soak time on them just to hook the tail of the car in a little bit more. Might not be quite so quick over the early laps, but you don't have that pivoting, that rotation. And Nicola Morone taking that one. There we go then. That is the end of heat number 8. Nicola Morone taking that one from Matthew Dampreen, Andrea Torrigiani, Stu Cartwright, Lucas Niederer, Philippe Viala, and Marco Mazzini. Heat number 9 of 11 coming up. Rene Jan, Thomas Liptak, Yasmin Donath, Rene Doctor. We've got Marcus Andreasen, Oyvind Stustal, and Mark Valent.
Mezzo strappetto,
Here we go, Rene Jan, Thomas Liptak, Yasmin Donath, Rene Doctor, Marcus Andreasen, Oyvind Stustal, Mark Valent. Thank you to Schumacher, Mobgums, RC Factory, Lens Bodies, Super Rad, and Accelerate, as well as Hobbywing, Automatics, Montec, Corrali, Zen Racing, Hot Race, and of course Tonisport, for helping us to bring you this live coverage here of the EFRA 112th European Championships from the Paradise RC Arena in Messina, Sicily. Track is live at the moment. Got Rene Gian leading this one after 3 laps, I believe. We have. Rene Gian is the white and blue coloured car. Looks a bit leery off the end of the main straight. Well, that looks very leery off the end of the main straight. That's got some steering. That car, that's going to be a world of pain at the end of it. We've now got Thomas Liptak to the front. So we're running with Thomas's car now, the green colour, like the pea green coloured car. Rene Jean 36.56 over 3 laps. So not getting down to the areas that the previous heat were. And mistake there for Rene off the end of the straight. And that is slightly second-hand looking. Has that done the bumper? I think that's done the bumper plate as it's gone in, has it? No. Stu just giving that a bit of a check over. No, oh, he's. I think that's the universal symbol for it's dead, Jim. So Yasmin Donath out in second place. Let's see if we can find Yasmin's car. Where is she? She is, I think she's a minty green coloured car out on the main straight. There we go. Yasmin running in second place in the heat at the moment, 30.647. So she's 4/100ths off of the time that Rene Jean has, or is on at the moment. Five minutes remaining. So Remember, we're bringing you the conclusion of these next two heats. A little bit of over-rotation there for Yasmin. The conclusion of these next two heats, we will then be going for the opening ceremony, and we'll be back while it is reseeded, and then we will have another round of practice. Which should be on the time schedule. So we're in time practice 2 at the moment. So yeah, there's going to be effectively a rerun of time practice 2, but with just the resort, basically. Still running with Yasmin Donath at the moment. She is running in second over 3 consecutive laps in this heat. Renee Jean is the quickest. Some 1.5 tenths down the road over 3 consecutive laps. We're bringing you action all weekend. So no counting rounds today, only the reseed, which is effectively what this is, their last chance to reseed. In fact, Yasmin has now hit the front with a 31.23 over 3 consecutive laps. So we are now running with the quickest car over 3 laps, Yasmin Donath. Just starting to see the cars a little bit leery off the end of the main straight, stepping out as they swing past. Again, leaning pretty hard on those rear tyres. Just over 2 minutes to go. Jasmine still leading this one from Renee Jean. And Yasmin just gets out of the way of Renee there. Yasmin still out in front on this one. Car starting to look a little bit loose with 1.5 minutes left to go. Struggling slightly to get the power down. You can just see running a little bit wide, a little bit deep on the exit. Into the final minute now. Final minute for these drivers. And then we go into the penultimate heat of this EFRA 1/12 Euros, presented by Tonisport from the Paradise RC Arena in Messina, Sicily. So Yasmin in the end takes that one on a 29.934 over 3 consecutive laps. There we go. Yasmin Donath takes that, 29.934. That's a good run from her. What's that in terms of overall? That is a 29.9 is, where's that? That is somewhere around the Havernack Mobers area, so like 13th, 14th. So we have our current fastest man out there in this one, Jan Rathajski. From Alessio Mazzio. He was also right up there, wasn't he? Alessio was 5th in that one after round 1. Nico Saarinen.
I don't know how I did it because the car was so shit. I don't know.
So here we go, Jan Rathajski, Alessio Mazzio, Nico Saarinen, Adam Isay, Simon Lauter, Andreas Bryn and Oliver Havernack. So let's see if we can start out with Jan Rathajski, our fastest man currently. What's Jan's time? A 29.370 so far. So 29.370 is the time that Jan needs to beat over 3 laps. We'll pick Jan up in a second when we can get to him. So we're running with Jan Rathajski, 29.370 to beat over 3 laps. That's his target. They're 3 laps down, so just getting themselves warmed up at the moment. 30.1 from Jan as an opening gambit. .0. Starting to come down. He's just trying to find himself some space out there. 29.9 now. Remember, 29.3 last time out was Jan's time over 3 laps. He stays where he is on a 29.9. Adam Isay with the 29.7, still not enough. We'll stick with Jan. See, he's down to a 29.8. 29.6 from Adam. 29.5 now from Jan. So he's starting to get in range, starting to get his eye in. 29.4. So pace is building. Still 29.40. I think he might be interrupted slightly by this orange car in front of him. They'll move out the way, of course, but when you're dealing with every single tenth, he's on a 29.362, so he is now in front of his 29.370 from last time. So 29.362 now the target to beat. Over 3 laps for everybody else. Jan Rathajski's time at the moment. We are running with him. Alessio Mazzeo also moving pretty quickly out there on a 29.6. Let's see if we can find Alessio. He is the white-coloured body shell out there. He's just going through the chicanes, through the carousel, now out onto the main straight. So Alessio on a 29.618, Adam Isay 29.627, Simon Lauter 29.731. Those 3 all stacked up really quick, but Jan Rathajski with a 29.362 currently out in front, extending his advantage very slightly that he top-seeded on. His time last round was 29.370, so 8/1000ths of a second Jan Ratajski has found. We're just over 3 minutes into the run. We're running with Alessio Mazzio at the moment. In fact, Simon Lauter's popped up in second position now with a 29.591. Let's see if we can find Simon's car then. He is one of the two orange-coloured cars. I think he's the lead of the two orange-coloured cars coming out onto the main straight. No, he's actually the second of the two orange-coloured cars. That is Simon. There we go. Cam's done a better job than me of picking him up on the camera. Simon Lauter, 29.591. Where would that put him? We had... is that in the range of 29.5 is... It's around the area of Mark Reinhardt, so around 6th position. Bearing in mind Jan Ratajski was already in front of him. So Simon looking to seed himself into the top heat if possible. Simon making really nice progress over the course of a run. Where is he looking? We've got Jan Ratajski looking at a 49.807 over the course of a run. So Jan looking really quick at the minute out in front of this one on a 29.362 still. So 29.362 from Jan Ratajski, going to be the time to beat for the top heat. We're running with Simon Lauter in second position at the moment on a 29.591. In fact, let's see if we can find Jan again. He's just down the main straight now. So Jan looking very comfortable out front. On a 29.362. Best lap of 9.765. Simon Lauter actually with a very slightly quicker hot lap of a 9.738. Just over 1 minute remaining. Then we have the top heat, and we will be able to bring you the detail of who is going to be your top seed. We already know the answer for Spec. It's Ollie Payne, the only driver to go sub 31 seconds over 3 consecutive laps. Jan Ratajski, though, putting down a bit of a marker, already out in front from last time over Alex Hagberg. So Jan definitely looking to seed himself into the top heat. It would be desperately unlucky to miss out from here. Jan Ratajski taking that one then from Simon Lauter, Adam Isay. Jan Ratajski 29.362. The fastest time over 3 consecutive laps. Jan was already our pole sitter. Here we go then. Alex Hagberg, Ollie Payne, Matthias Nedrebo, Mark Reinhard, Martin Huddy, Marcus Mobers and Tobias Sutrick. Remember the time to beat. Laid down by Jan Ratajski, 29.362. Let's keep a look out then. Let's keep a look out, see what Alex Hagberg can do. He has looked the man most likely. But all of these world-class drivers. Let's run with Alex Hagberg. Car pivots around the nose. That's got some steering in that car. Just wants to get used to it, hang on to it. Let's have a look after 3 laps where Alex Hagberg sits. So not that quick over 3. Let's see on the 4th lap. No, Alex has parked it in the barrier. So it needs a restart. Jan Ratajski runs out there. Jan won't wish ill on competitors, but might have had a little fist bump there to himself. So Alex is 3rd at the moment with a 30.6. We've got Mark Reinhard on a 29.565. Let's see if we can run with Mark for a little bit. 29.510 now. 29.362 is what he needs to beat. And let's have a look at Alex Hagberg. Was a 29.429 in the previous run. Ollie Payne 3rd at 29.445. So Reinhard not quite there yet. So at the moment, Jan Ratajski is in the pound seats. So 29.362 that we need. What you know, Ollie Payne is our top seed for stock. He is obviously out on, well, he's not out on track at the moment. He is standing there holding the transmitter. So Ollie Payne is out of the running for this one. So Ollie will not be doing the double for seeding. Matthias Nedrebo, 29.352. So Matthias Nedrebo now to the top. So he has taken that off of Jan. Matthias Nedrebo running with the orange coloured car out there, 29.352. Having just nicked that one off of Jan. Jan stood out there marshalling, not aware of that one yet, or that development. So 29.352 for Matthias Nedrebo. Three minutes remaining. Matthias Nedrebo looking to make himself top seed. So kind of burst onto the scene last year at the MRCZ facility in Zvevegem. Mark Reinhard stopped, so he will not be challenging. So at the moment, Matthias Nedrebo looking like our provisional pole man from Alex Hagberg. Sorry, it will be from Jan Ratajski from Alex Hagberg. So Mark Reinhard rejoined. Another car going down for Mark. So a bit of a car change going on there for Mark. Try and find that extra pace. Running with Mark at the moment. 29.0 now from Matthias. Wow, that's really fast. 29.057. So Matthias Nedrebo, 29.057 at the moment after over three consecutive laps. Mark Reinhard still 29.510. Alex Hagberg 29.652. So Matthias Nedrebo with some serious pace in his pocket. 29.050 against 29.362. So he's over 0.3 quicker over three consecutive laps. It's a huge pace advantage, relatively speaking. 2.5 minutes left. $49.804 is predicted over the run. The only driver predicting a 49 at the moment. And he's actually going down on the split as well. 49.803 now, 803.9. Super fast run coming together. Not sure if that was a mistake or the car's starting to look a little bit loose. No, still fairly locked in. Still lapping sub 10 seconds, 9.889 last time round. Mark Reinhard now going slightly faster, a 29.439. So we're into the final minute now. $29.439 for Mark. That could be enough to get himself up into the top three somewhere. Top 3 or 4. Matthias Nedrebo that we are running with, though, looks like he is going to be top seed. So we know Ollie Payne is already our top seed for spec. Matthias Nedrebo, 29.057. The car's crossing the line. There we go. Matthias Nedrebo is going to be our quickest man. Matthias Nedrebo taking that one. 29.057. We'll have a bit of a look at the overall, see what that has, see what that's done. So ranking lists for practice. There we go. Matthias Nedrebo from Jan Ratajski, Alex Hagberg. the top 3. Then we've got Mark Reinhard, Ollie Payne, Alessio Mazzio, Simon Lauter, Adam Isay, Nico Saarinen, Martin Huddy are the top 10 for seeding. That then is us for a little bit, because we have got a bit of a break. Let's just have a check on the timetable where we were. So we've got the opening ceremony. We are showing that we're back at in, what are we, 17:45.
About 2 3/4 hours, roughly.
1 3/4 hours.
1 3/4 hours, because our laptops are on UK time.
Yes, 1 3/4 hours.
Yeah.
Against that one. So yeah, we've got the opening ceremony, and yeah, we'll be back on air probably just a little bit before for that last round of practice.
Yeah.
Because yes, no qualifying.
Yeah, it's not time practice 2, because we just had that. It's just labeled a bit different. I think it was done in a little bit of a rush.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's no qualifying today. There will be time practice, which counts for literally nothing, but the drivers are being reseeded during the opening ceremony, which we will record, and we'll be talking to Ollie and Matthias. Hopefully Matthias has good English. He's Swedish, so I'm sure his English is excellent, even though he'll say, oh, my English is terrible. I apologize so profusely for having such poor English skills.
He's actually Norwegian.
Norwegian. Well, still, Scandinavian.
Yes.
Is
yes, he must apologise because his vocabulary is not yet perfect.
Yes, exactly. Like all of these Europeans. Yeah, I mean, come on, people. Come on.
Yes.
Excellent English. Much better than my Norwegian or Swedish. So anyway, we'll be recording that, and we'll upload that later for all the fun and jollies and frivolities of the opening ceremony. And then we'll have basically one round of just practice for everybody in there. Well, we don't know if it's going to be 8 drivers or 10 drivers per run. I imagine there's still 10 groups, so
I think there'll be 11 groups. Is there?
Right. I don't know. We'll soon see. And then after that, we'll log off once again and say goodbye to everyone until tomorrow. And then we have the Arancini Parade, which is basically just our driver buffet for that we tend to get at the European Championships. It's very nice. Basically the local delicacies and foods provided by the track and club officials. So until 5:45, we will sign off for now. But be sure and come back 5:45 Central European time for the rest of today's activities. And be sure and subscribe to the RC Racing TV YouTube channel so you can be informed when the opening ceremony, which is always fun, a bit more lighthearted than just watching the cars try to get the fastest lap time by 1,000th of a second. So we'll be back very shortly. Until then, we'll sign off for now from myself, Frank, James, who you've been listening to all day, and Cam, who's been on the camera up on the scissor lift. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.